69 cents.
And the gas.
Y'all getting any rain up your way?
What way would that be?
I seen you was from Dallas.
What business is it of yours? Where I'm from? Friendo?
I didn't mean nothing by it.
Didn't mean nothing.
Just passing the time. If you don't want to accept that, I don't know what else I can do for you. Will there be something else?
I don't know. Will there?
Hi everyone, realtime-classics, Simon here for another quick Unity mock-up of a famous movie scene. This is my second one in 2 days because I was feeling inspired, and also because I am working on a job at the moment that requires an old gas station. So I thought I would use No Country for Old Men as an inspiration for the gas station, and sort of kill two birds with one stone. So I've already started doing some research to keep things a bit quicker than last time, because we went up to 2 hours and that was a bit too long. So let's try to make this a bit quick. So here's the car, and here's one of the only pictures I could find. It might actually be the only establishing shot of that gas station in the movie, so I'm gonna have to just work with that. And we can see the gas station here. We're just gonna focus on this and maybe the tubes here, potentially the truck back there, but who knows. We'll put the car in there. We'll try to find a free model, and then this stuff here. So there's gonna be a bit more modeling this time around, like custom modeling this time around, than we usually do. Mainly because, well, you know, I can't just find a free 3D model of that gas station. So let's get started. This is obviously like a desert scene. So I've already launched Unity, and as I do always, I'll just create a plane to set my ground plane. And if I can just find the game object, here we go, and we'll create our ground plane so we know where the ground is, and that then gives us, and then I'll create a cube really quickly. You guys know I love cubes, and we'll set the cube up here, sitting closely enough on the ground plane, and that will be where the gas station is. So then that allows us to move the camera and point it in the right direction to start matching the shot. And here we go, we'll just lift it up here a bit, pointing downwards, and there we are. So if I go back to my reference image that I will actually save on my desktop so that I can view it in Image Viewer. There we go, thank you Google. And there are some cool websites where they actually give you movie locations, so I went to find one, and so that gives us a different angle. So if we can't see everything from the side, we might be able to sort of get a bit more information from this image here. And apparently that's the same one, yeah. Yep, it was the concrete thing here, and concrete thing here. And what else did I find? Well, this is the same thing, and I found in a cool forum exactly which car that was. So it's a Ford Granada, 1976, 1977. So I'll just search for Ford Granada. Ford Granada. Thank you, Toggle. We won't need you right now. Go away. Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry for that. Ford Granada, we'll just start with that. I know nothing about cars, so I don't know if the years make it different. Shopping. If the years make it different or anything. 3D model, I imagine they do. And let's say they mentioned something around 75, so yeah, maybe that's it. Let's see the car again. Here's the car. No, that's not it. It has Ford written in the front. Ford Granada 3D model. These look like they're gonna be expensive. Free. If we can't find the exact car, we're just gonna have to settle for something that for the next best thing. 1980, that's not it. Let's see if we go older, 1970. This could be it. No. No, it's much more squarish than any of these. Okay, I'm gonna pause this real quick and I'm gonna look for something good. Okay, so after looking for a car for a little while to fit our needs, at least a free one, I honestly couldn't find anything that was the exact model of the car that we were looking at, so I'm going to just go for one that has the, I guess, similar proportions, and this one here is the closest one I could find, so we're gonna go with that. I mean, it's all about composition in the end, isn't it? So I went ahead and downloaded this car. I have this picture back here. This is what we're going for. The car is facing backwards anyway. It's not a massive deal. And the download gave me FBX format, OBJ format, and 3ds C4D. So I'm gonna bank on the FBX here, and let's just hope that the texture is attached. Otherwise, we'll just go for simple shaders. And there we go. We have the FBX file. We have some textures. So let's go ahead and open Maya. And meanwhile, we're gonna go back inside Unity, and we're going to start blocking out our scene a little better. So here's the gas station, the cube that's gonna define the gas station. And if we bring up the image that we downloaded before, we'll see that the gas station is like a low rectangle. So we're going to block it out in Unity, then we'll export it to Maya and we'll do some proper modeling. So let's do that. So our camera here, we'll just flatten out this house a little bit. And then I'll just duplicate that and put a ceiling on it, or a roof. It's a little bit thinner in the image. And there we go. So this is our block out. Actually, right now, since I have the camera here, I'm gonna lay down a couple of cylinders to block out the pipes sitting next to it. So here's the cylinder, and we'll just drop it down, extend it a little bit, and we'll put it right down next to the house. I'll change my move to global instead of local, and here we'll lay down a couple of these pipes. They seem to sit, you know, two of them almost right next to the house, but they're definitely sitting flat on the ground, so Let's make sure it doesn't intersect too much with the ground, and duplicate that and move this guy next to it. And these are our two cylinders. Now if you look at this field of view, it's definitely much wider than what we're seeing here, so I'm gonna narrow it out a little bit. It's all about getting your camera right first. Everything else depends on it, so make sure you get your camera, especially the field of view, cleaned up first. Here we go. It's a little bit closer. We'll do it so that we see the back of the house and the back of the cylinders as well. That means we can probably extend the house out a bit like that, or the house or the gas station, I should say. There we go. And those two cylinders would just drop there without too much care, so they wouldn't be perfectly parallel. So let's just move them around a bit until they look naturally placed on the ground. And a little bit further away from the house, definitely. I'll just push him a little bit further from the house. Alright, so this group of objects is going to be our reference group of objects in Maya. Like I did last time, there is a script that allows you to convert Unity objects to OBJs, which is a format that you can import into Maya. So we go Unity script object to OBJ. And that's the one we want. Export OBJ, but there's another one called Scene OBJ Exporter that may be more useful to us. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's find the Scene OBJ Exporter in the asset store. Here it is. And we'll just import that. This is going to create oh, this is not putting it in our, yeah, this is not putting it in the editor folder, so it might not be doing what I wanted to do. So let's go back to the initial one, the one that we were using before. Tried and true, tried and tested. And we'll copy the code and we'll create a script. Inside our assets folder, we'll create a folder called editor. And that's for all your editor extensions. And we'll create a C# script. And we'll call it the same as what Dave called it, which is OBJ exporter in camel case. Oops. Exporter. Better. We'll open it up in our script editor. My script editor of choice is Atom, but you can set it to anything. By default, it comes with Visual Studio, but the work is the same. So here we go. We'll just save that script and let Unity reload it. And now we'll see that we should have, if we wait a little bit, now the option to export. that we can export to OBJ. So I keep doing that for every project because these scripts are things that you have to import in every project. So instead of digging through my old projects finding the script, it's actually easier to go back on Google and copy paste it. So we have our OBJ export. We'll just select the pieces that we want to export. We'll stick the ground in there as well. It's all just reference for our modeling in Maya. And we'll drop that on the desktop because it's a very temporary file. And now inside Maya we can import the resulting OBJ, and it only exported the cube. I should have known. So we'll do that again by creating an empty game asset and parenting everything under the game asset or the game object, and hopefully it will take it all into account. If it doesn't, then we'll have to export them one by one. Okay, so it did. Good. Okay, so let's force the default shader. Looks like normals are flipped. Yeah, looks like normals are flipped, so we'll just flip the normals. To do that, you go inside modeling and you go mesh display, reverse. Or you can go mesh display, set to face to clean it up, and we're good. Okay, so now this is our scene that we had in Unity, but it is in Maya. This exporter needs work. My ground plane was most definitely on the ground at 0, 0, and it looks like this exporter just essentially found the middle of the object and made that the center. It's not a problem right now, but it's one of those things that can get annoying in the long run, so we'll have to keep an eye out for this. We can quadrangulate this now. Well, we should be able to if we triangulate it first. Okay, and quadrangulate. There we go. And now we only have polygons. Delete the history. And let's start modeling. So these are tubes. So we'll just grab these faces here. And we'll extrude them. Scale that down, do that again, extrude it in, and suddenly we have pipes. And then going back to our reference frame, we have a window on the side there. So let's go ahead and do the same thing, extrude in, and then push that inward. And we have an old object here. We'll get rid of that. Let's take a look at what we have here. It looks like we have some overlapping faces. We definitely have some non-manifold geometry here. Here we go. Okay. And we'll make this a window, and this this bit here will be the interior. We'll texture it to make it look like it's inside the station. And we have 2 doors, and we have the generator back here, so let's put a cube down and block the generator out. There we go, just like that. Put the generator on the ground. The window's just a little bit above it, so we can grab this face and lift it up a bit. It's a square window, so we're gonna have to bring these two sides a little bit closer together. The generator is square, well, at least from this side. So we'll go ahead and do the same thing for that. And I'm gonna turn on my wireframe view because right now I don't have a lot of detail molded in, so it's hard to tell what's what. And the generator is just a little shorter than the window. So there we go. Generator, window, and the roof. The roof looks like it's a little bit tilted, so let's tilt it in here. Let's get rid of ground plane. It's distracting for now, and it's part of the object that we're working on. Let's separate all the meshes so we can work one by one. And delete the history, and then we can work on. I see what this OBJ exporter did. Not good. Yeah, I would recommend getting a better one. We'll combine that. We'll combine that and just merge vertices. And now we should have, yeah. I didn't combine the floor, but in this case we don't really need the place to have a floor, so we'll get rid of it. And here we have these objects all separated, so we'll go ahead and combine them, and we'll go ahead and set to vertex mode, merge all the vertices. Okay, cool. It's quite unfortunate that we had to do that. And look at this, we have to do it here too. We'll just select these guys, and for now we'll combine them and merge the vertices. Bam. Now we can separate them back again, and we'll have 1 and 2. Okay. I'll delete the history on these guys. Delete the history on these guys. Okay. So now we're back to a decent setup for modeling. We have the little chimney up there. Let's do that. I'll just duplicate the roof, and I'll shrink it down until it has a shape that looks close to what the chimney has. Close enough. And then we need a cylinder, so we'll just go ahead and create a cylinder and throw it on top there. Scale it down, scale it up, push it in the middle of the cube, and we have roughly the chimney that we need. We'll make this little pay machine. I don't know what that is, but that's not going to take too long to do, so we'll block that out. And I'll throw the pivot in the corner so it's easier to control. And then I'll slide it along here so we know that it's right up against the wall. And scale it down to the general size of that paint machine. And then we can just grab an edge and create, do an edge loop. So edge ring, edge split. And then we can push that forward a bit. And we'll grab these two faces and we'll pull them out. There we go. Here's a little paint machine, or whatever the hell it is. And Okay, but from the pictures online, the Google Maps pictures, we can see that the station is a little bit longer than what it seems to be on in the film. So we'll stretch it out a bit further. So we're gonna grab these two objects and we'll turn it to face, and we're gonna grab these faces and we'll just pull them aside, make the building a bit longer. And then we have to try to work out from the film frame how far this pay machine was sitting, and I think it was sitting somewhere back here. It looks like it needs to be scaled up a bit. So here we go, we have the start of our fuel station, and one obvious thing is that the ceiling of the fuel station, or the roof, seems to be slanting backwards a bit, so we'll do that. So we'll grab the ceiling, we'll grab the ceiling first, and then we'll right click, grab the points, go to wireframe, and then just select only the points at the top. Now we'll rotate that a little bit backwards. There we go, just a little bit, ever so slightly, and we'll recenter the chimney so it goes through the ceiling a bit. There we go. Looks like the chimney's a bit more center. We'll do that. Okay. And we have our generator. We have a square window. The back wall might be a little bit too far. We'll bring that forward a bit. Same thing with the ceiling. So I'm gonna move that on its normal. And for some reason it's not giving me a manipulator. I'll just we'll scale it. I'm doing that because I want to keep my transforms clean. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we've blocked out the fuel station. Now we need to put the car in there. So we did download the car. So let's try to find that. Here, it's going to be sitting in our downloads. Once again, the car is not the right car, so we'll have to skew it a little bit to make sure that it looks right. But let's go ahead and just import that. Here's the car. There's a group that was created. It's obviously scaled massively, but that's okay. I mean, everyone seems to work in different scales, so that sort of thing happens often. It's definitely all about getting your scales right first. And we'll just hold V and snap it to the ground. There we go. And looking at our reference picture, it's parked next to the station. It's facing backwards. So it's over here somewhere. It's quite a bit bigger than this, and it's facing back. Sitting on the ground properly. And it looks like the size comparison is about right. Like the window is about a bit shorter than the length of the back of the car, and this is what we have here. The car is sitting about this far from the station. We can change all of this in Unity a little bit later, and I'll scale up the plane. This is our ground. I'll hide the default grid, and I'm just gonna throw a directional light. I like to do that in Maya just to get a better idea of what's happening than from the camera light. It makes things, it gives a bit of dimension when you're doing layout work. It gives you an idea what's happening. You could even duplicate it and change the color of the secondary light to a little bit of a yellow eggshell color, and do a bit of a 3-point lighting like back in the day. We'll duplicate that and make this a little bit blue and quite light, and we'll call that the rim light. The rim light's not going to do much because we don't have a lot of rounded edges, but at least we have our directional, which is the sun, and we have our little eggshell bounce, and then we have our rim. It's going to give us a better idea of what's going on as we work. And I'm just going to save that file because I did a lot more work in that than I usually do in Maya, at least for the videos, obviously. So I'm going to go ahead and save it inside the project. And I'm going to save it here. Make a folder called Maya and scenes, and just block out. There we go. At least we'll know that we have that backed up if we need it. And now that we have a relatively decent block out of, we can center the pivots on these objects. It's going to help us when we have to move them a little bit in Unity. Another thing that we need to do before we jump into Unity is double check that first of all that the textures worked on the car. That would I'll just have to wait a little bit until my hard drive spins up again. Seems to have fallen asleep. And I'll let toggle die. Oh, there we go. And so removing the, there we go. We can see that it looks like some textures have worked. Some of it looks a little bit odd, but it's not so bad. Let's see if the shader was supposed to have a texture or if it's just a single color. So we can go all the way down here to the shader. We can see it's pointing to a file, but the file has no path. So let's find a path by looking at the textures that are working. For example, the carpet. And here we can see that the path is still in my downloads. We'll it's okay for now because it is a temporary directory. When we do the next export to Unity, via FBX will collect all the textures along with the asset, like we did last time on the Top Gun video. So here we go, let's just paste that path in here, and let's take a look at the images that we have and see if we can see some thumbnails here. Maybe not. So obviously this is not the car, this isn't either. It looks like they've called it Max Ghost. Not exactly sure what it's supposed to mean. Okay, so there's no texture for the shell of the car, or no obvious one, at least. No, none of these are. So it looks like the texture of the car was just left undone, at least in this. We might be able to find it if we go to that, back to that folder. It might actually be in one of the other formats that was distributed with it. Let's export the max one, for example. And here we'll see that we don't have any texture that seems to be the shell of the car, so it wasn't shipped with this model, so that's fine. We'll just give it a color now. We'll break that and break that. It's not a big problem. All we need is to give it a sort of an eggshell color. This is caused by my lights over here, so I can just disable the lighting and leave it to default lighting for now. And let's break this as well. Okay, and I think actually to make it easier, the best way would be to just grab the shell, grab the doors, which is all going to be one material, and actually assign a single material to it. So we'll assign a existing material, and we'll assign what's this one called? MyMG lack. So this one. There you go. So now the whole car changes. Let's take a look at what kind of color the car has. It seems to be white, but a little bit of a, I guess it could be white, and the grading makes it look a little bit off-white. So let's just give it a very small amount of yellowy eggshell color. It doesn't need much, and then we'll add a bit of gray in there, just so that the car doesn't get blown out by lighting. This could be too dark, but we can also always change it in Unity. And the lights here, we can make these a different color. I don't even know if it's worth it when you look at this. Nah. Okay, we'll just leave that as this. And the rims of the car look like there's silver in this. So once again, to all the car fans out there, my apologies for not using the same type of car as they have in the movie. Just couldn't find one, and if I started modeling a car from scratch for this, then our lessons would be a day long instead of being, you know, a couple of hours. Just add a blend shader here, and the shader whether we do in Maya doesn't matter apart from our sort of shader groups. Shader groups are relatively important because it's going to lower the amount of shaders that we have in Unity. And to simplify our life a bit, because there's a lot of objects in this car, and honestly in Unity I don't want to find myself having to select bit by bit, object by object too much. So I'm going to combine the car by material, and then I'm gonna just add material to each one of these combined pieces. See, we can combine all of this, and then I'll remove the detail objects that don't need to be there for our purposes. So here, combine, and then delete history, and we'll see that now we have a new object here, and it's going to be our car shell. What else is very much needed? This is all combined as one, so we'll keep it, but we'll add one single material to it. Then we have the lights here, so let's unparent this, and let's add our own material to it, just a random blend. We can make it a little darker. There we go, and we can hide that now. And what else do we have? So we have the interior here. It looks like the interior is all just one texture, and it looks like there are other pieces to the interior. Let's see if we can combine this now. Inside of the doors, we can combine all that, and we'll just go ahead and combine. Delete my history, and this is our car inside. The wheels, so the wheels look like they're strangely combined here. That's an odd decision to combine the hubcap with the tire, because they're obviously going to be different material. So I'm going to blow that up, and by blow that up I mean separate it. So if I just go separate, it's going to separate everything, and now we can see that we have a bit less, it's a more ordered thing. And I'm just going to delete the history on everything. Then I'm going to combine all of the hubcaps together. Because that's going to get one and the same material. Oop. Add this one and combine. There we go. So this can be our hubcap object, and let's name it now hubcaps, or rims, whatever you want to call it. Then our tires. Oops. And we'll combine all these. Delete the history and rename it tires. Let's hide that because we know it's done. And we're left with some detail that generally isn't seen. You see the inside here, those things, they're not seen, so we don't need them. Let's get rid of them. I'm gonna go ahead and hide the rest of my work here just so I can focus on the car. Let's go ahead and delete this. We won't need it. This one as well. This one as well. And this one as well, but not the glass. The glass we'll need. The number plate will be quite nice. So it's needed. This is, for example, way too much detail for us currently. We won't see the interior at all. But you see the number plates are part of it. I think we want those. They're nice and add a nice little detail. So we'll grab them and we'll go extract. We'll grab the faces and extract them. Separate extracted faces. Let's go yes for now. And delete the history. And unselect the number plates. Or deselect the number plates. I'll leave that as well. I think it won't hurt us to actually keep keep this detail. We're not really running out of polygon budget here. I don't think we will be. So we can just add just make sure we add a single material to this whole thing and make it black. And that can be our black pieces. We'll call them our detail black pieces. And we'll just unparent them and detail black. There we go. And hide that. The glass is important. So let's select all the glass pieces and go ahead and combine it again. Delete the history and make sure that there's only one material assigned, and it looks like there is 3 materials that are all transparent materials that do the same thing. So we'll just go gar SKL here. That's going to be our see-through material. And let's go find it. Existing material, gar SKL, and boom. Now we only have 1 material assigned. Let's go through this and make sure we only have 1 material assigned as well. Detail black matte. There we go. Tires. Delete the history, and it looks like we have multiple materials on the tires. So let's unhide them and see if we can assign just a single black material to it. So new and blend and tire matte, and here we go. Delete that, and we'll make the color of this material black. And the hubcaps seem to suffer from the same multiple material issue, so we'll make sure that our blend 1 material is the only material on the hubcaps. Let's unhide that, and hubcap matte. There you go. This is worth it because if we need to do any work on the car in Unity, change colors and things like that, we'll have a very simple, non-messy object to work with. And our interior here, we're going to assign this carpet thing to the entire thing. So it could be any one of these materials, but they all look roughly the same. So I'm gonna go ahead and just assign this one, my MG Cobb. Here it is, and you see how it really hasn't changed much. So now we have a single material for this as well. Let's go ahead and hide the stuff that we've worked on. We know that we're left with only the things that we need to work on. This one's done, and let's see that. That only needs a dark gray material. So we'll just go assign new material, and we'll make it a blend, and we'll turn it to somewhat dark. That's gonna do us just fine. Delete the history, and we're here. We'll rename that to undercarriage matte. Chassis. Is that a proper word? Is that the proper word? Chassis. We'll call it chassis. Okay, and hide that. And our shell. So let's feel like we could combine this into the shell, and oh, but that includes a lot of other objects here. Although we do want the doorknobs, but we don't want them to have the same material. Okay, let's blow up this object. So separate. There we go. And now we can just select this on its own. And let's quickly go around the car to see if we want to add any other piece of geometry to that. And we certainly don't want that. I will have to blow up this as well, so separate. Oh. This car is very oddly combined. But I guess this is the cost of, you know, looking for free models online. Generally, you might be able to find something close to your needs, but they're all made in a different way with a different mindset and different priorities. So some of them might be combined by material, some of them might be combined by some sort of car logic, like if the model has been made by an automotive company, things will be combined maybe by departments. There's all sorts of ways to group and combine and add materials to a 3D object, and everyone has different requirements. So we want to add that thing to our interior detail. So we'll combine this guy for now, and we'll just call it that for now. We know that it's here. Not that it will be seen from that angle. I'm probably going into way too much detail here. I should wrap it up. So let's get the steering wheel and combine and delete the history. Okay. And we can combine the rear view mirrors. Let's combine this. Combine this. Alright, let's go ahead, combine. We'll have to rename it. Mirrors. Okay, so we have our mirrors, we have our steering wheel. Our shell, our car shell is still a bit of a mess, so let's see if we can select only what we need. There we go. And select this, select that, and that, and that. Here we go. There's an object here. And I think we can just go ahead and do a bit of a marquee select here. Select all this. In fact, you know what? This can be all combined except the number plates. I will just add selection is behaving strangely. Should be able to deselect that number plate. For some reason I can't. Let's combine the number plates now. Here we are. And delete. And plates. And hide them. And combine the rest. Yeah, that'll do. That mirror object's not needed. This mirror detail, all of this won't be needed. Let's get rid of it. I'm just going through now and deleting things that are just too much detail. All of this can go. All of this can go. All of this can go. So there's this. And that. And yeah, this is going to be way too much work to maintain all these shaders and details, so I think we're doing a good job by just getting rid of it all. And because I need to actually move on with the lesson, I'm going to just select what I have here, combine it, and call it a shell. It's definitely a dirty job. I wouldn't combine things like that in production if you're working in either game or film. But in this instance, because we know the purpose of it and we need to do this in a record time, let's just we can allow ourselves to do this. Let's unhide everything and give it some logical names. So there's our shell, there's our number plates, there's our mirrors. Oh my god. Okay. That will leave it as is. So there's our mirrors, steering wheel, glass, detailed black, which is a bit of a cheat thing, but it's just stuff inside the car. Tires, okay, happy with that. Hubcaps, perfect. And we have the interior, we'll call it int. Oop. We'll call it interior, since something is called int already. And something else, which is our chassis, it looks like. Yes, so I guess I'm not sure why I thought I had called it chassis already. Oh no, I called the material chassis. So let's call our chassis. There's a tongue twister. Let's call our chassis. And group all this. Call it car. And we have a nice clean car to work with. That won't be a nightmare to change. Let's unhide all. And we can start blocking the scene out a bit in Unity. I'll save the scene file here. And I think I'm going to have to move that car and scale it and do some changes to it in Unity. So what I'm going to do is, well, first of all, I don't need that anymore. What I'm going to do is, in fact, I do need that because there was the initial transforms that I put on the car on that empty group. Here we go. This is these are the transforms of me scaling the car and placing it in the right spot. So I'm going to group these newly created objects on a disk group. It hasn't moved because it's set to compensate for parenting. So we'll move it to here. Delete these locators that we won't need. We can get rid of that. Call this car. And we'll make our car this size. We'll keep it small at 0.001. But we'll straighten it out to exactly 180. And we'll make sure it's at 0 in the world. And strangely enough, 0 is quite far. Oh, here we go. Must have some extra frozen transforms on this. Let's go find it. There we go. 0 out that. That means my manipulator should be close to the car now. No? Okay, let's go and zero this out as well. And okay, so center the pivot and we'll snap it to the grid. The virtual grid, not this grid. And we'll go and snap it in the middle. So hold X to snap to grid, and boom, right in the middle there. And we'll lift it up a little bit until the wheels just touch the ground. And now we can delete transforms or freeze transformations, clean everything out, and same here, freeze transformations, and delete history, and we'll get into pivot mode here, and we'll center, or in fact we can just do it over here. We'll center the pivot to 0. Okay, now this is a clean car at the right scale, but set to 0, 0, so I can move it properly inside Unity later on. Well, now we can use FBX to export that car out. And we'll set the Unity project, and the Unity project is inside this realtime-classics folder, and then no country gas station, and here I'll just set the project, and now that means I can export to Unity, export selection, and it's going to give me a choice, here with some options. So I'll create a new folder, and I'll call it actually I don't need a new folder in this case. We'll just leave that, but we'll put it in the root directory and call that car model. And what we need, like last time, is to make sure that, well, this is not very important because we don't have cameras or lights selected, but what we need is embed media, so it takes the textures along with it. And if I go into Unity, I'll see the car loading in there. Let's give it some time. And we'll see now that we have a car model here, and our folder that we created by mistake that we can delete. And we'll drag and drop the car model inside the attribute, the scene outliner here, and you see the scales are all off. I blame the OBJ exporter. Something's wrong with it and it needs to be fixed. I might actually go through the script after this lesson and try to fix it myself, and hopefully maybe recontribute it back to Unity, because honestly this is not a good workflow. We shouldn't have to mess around with scale like that. We'll park that car away from us. Instead of matching exactly the well, I wanted to see a little bit of the side of the car instead of just a flat, you know, back of the car. Just not really fun. So I might take some artistic license here and spin it a tiny little bit further than what they have in the movie. And it looks like it's parked right along the station, and the car itself is a little bit shorter, but maybe half the length of the station, although our station here is not very meaningful, because it isn't the one that we fixed in Maya. However, the one that we fixed in Maya is gonna come in wrongly scaled. So we might as well just delete this for now, and delete that, and just import our Maya stuff straight away. So let's see what we have here. We'll combine these two. No, we won't combine them. We'll call these two tubes. Tube 1, tube 2. Call this roof. Call this walls. Call this generator, so just gen. The really frustrating thing here is that because our exporter, OBJ exporter, is not doing the right scaling and the right transformations at all, we're going to have to do most of our work here in Maya and then do a single export out through FBX to Unity. If we go back and forth, we're going to have a bad time. And what do we have here is a pay station, or whatever it is. I'll call it a pay station. And our chimney. Chimney. Probably misspelled chimney, I don't know. And block. Chimney block. Parent that under this group here. We'll call that gas station. Okay. This is our ground plane, which we will keep but just hide for now. And let's add a bit of detail to this gas station. So it looks like there's another little chimney thing there, thing on the roof. Could be an antenna. There we go. I'll make it a little bit bigger so we can see it. There's this little thing. Then what do we have? We have a chair here. This is not a generator, it's a Coke machine. Or Coke box. What did we say? A chair. Should we model a chair? Should we download a chair? I don't know. I feel like downloading a chair is faster than modeling one these days. It's kind of crazy. Chair, 3D model, and hopefully these ones will all be free because, let's be honest, it's a chair. So this could work as our chair. This is the kind of chair that I have sitting there. It's a nice little chair. It says max file. Let's hope that it's not just a max file. If it is, we will open up Max and export it immediately. I'll just log in. And we'll download this chair. Oops. Go, kids chair. And we'll wait for the download to start. And what else do we have in here? We have this strange thing. Oh, these are the pumps, of course. So let's find some gas station pumps. And we'll modify them. Oh, Texaco. It's the same same brand. I guess in America it's a pretty common brand. So they're obviously gonna be kind of old pumps. I have no idea what model they could be. Maybe we'll get a bit more information by looking at some of the. There you go. Oh, see if we can zoom in a bit. There we go. These are the pumps that we want. I wish I had a live class here so I could just ask people to call out which one they thought was the best choice. They're quite just rectangle, aren't they? This is a bit, once again, not a huge deal. This one has some nice texture on it. I might actually just go for this one or that one, depending on whether they're free or not. This one's quite nice. What's going to really define which one we choose is obviously the price. This is quite cute, you know. It's a whole little patch already made there. It means I don't have to worry about adding extra detail. This is very nice. All the nice ones are likely going to be either expensive or non-free, but that's okay. If it's affordable, we might as well. We could even just buy it to get us going. So this did not yield what I was looking for. Forget about that. Neither did this. Nope. And neither did this. This, however, is right up our alley. I like that last one. I really hope that either this one or the last one. Yeah, this one's really great. Oh, it's Pinterest. Oh my god. I hate that website. Okay. Go away, Pinterest. Oh. Okay, this is the one we wanted here. Let's try that. Ourselves, just to prove that it really isn't worth that price. Oh, insert, and we'll just stick that pivot in the corner. And snap it here. And let's get a general look here. Okay, it's gonna be quite a quick and rough model, but it'll do the job. I'll set an edge loop in here. Oops. Set an edge loop here, an edge loop there, one up here, and then we'll go ahead and extrude and scale, and the same thing again here, and then we'll just grab this ring here and we'll give it a little bit of a base. Here we go. And Make it a bit taller. And we can get a cube here and snap it along this edge. Make it small. We'll turn on our wireframe. Small cube, and this is going to be the pump pistol or thing. There we go. There we go. I will do like a little bit of a thing that goes in here. It's gonna be so small on screen that this is probably already too much. Well, not too much detail, but that we don't really have to worry too much about how accurate this is. It just needs to give the impression. And here there's we'll create a little bit of a pipe. There we go. I'll delete that last face and delete this little last face here, like that, like so. Now we're going to keep all these edges sharp. So to do that, we'll give it a little bit of a bevel, and we only need one segment, but we keep the fraction quite tiny so it keeps hard edges. And oops, and then we'll do a smooth and subdivide that, and you can see how got this, and we'll distort that a little bit left to right, just so that from the angle that we're going to view it, we're not seeing just a dead straight line. That's never interesting. And then to smooth these, we can just go ahead here, select the loop, bevel it, and you see how that helps us smooth out the corners. This is still a bit harsh there, that kink. There we go. I know that I'm gonna add different materials to the pipe and the handle, so I'm just gonna go ahead and extract and detach. And that means that now we have two objects. Okay, there's that. Then what else? What more detail could we have on it? The cable falls all the way down on the ground. That's actually a really interesting look. So let's get rid of this thing that we did and do that. Do what they have. So flatten that out, and I'll just collapse that to center. Here we go, and then I'll create a curve. Where's my curve creator? Curve tools, and we'll create this curve. And I'm going to start drawing randomly in the viewport a curve, which is not going to be in the right spot. But now I can go through each vertex and snap it to here, and then snap it here, and then lower it a bit, and snap it and lower it, and snap it and lower it. Here we go. And then connect that to the base. Let's give it that nice curvy look. Lift that up a bit. There we go. And now all we need to do is create ourselves a tiny little cube or cylinder, whatever it is you want. And we'll slide it with holding the C. We'll slide it along. Frame. select this face, select the curve, and go extrude. And that should extrude it along the face, and then we just need to increase the divisions. There we go. And we can delete this face here, and probably this one too. And keeping the history on for now, so we can move the curve and it'll still deform properly. And we can subdivide. And here's our cable. Now you see it's not fitted properly in there, so we can just go back to our control vertex, select the one that's up there, yeah, which we have selected, and we'll just push that in here. Oh, it's our original cube that's in the wrong spot, so let's see if we can actually just move it just like that. Here we go. Excellent. And we could actually lift the cable here using the B button. We can smooth the fall off of what we're doing, and need to shrink that radius. So tool settings, soft selection, and shrink that back down to something manageable. There we go. We'll just lift that up so that it rests on the ground. And here's our little gas station. Now we're gonna have to texture it, or at least add some materials to, make it look somewhat decent. So delete the history on this, and delete the history on that. Actually, you know what? I will not delete the history on this, because I want to be able to create a second one that looks different, that has a slightly different kink, if you know what I mean, for the second station. So I'll just leave that live for now. And go back to object mode, and we're gonna have to put some UVs down. So we should do some UVing to be able to do some texturing. So let's check out the UVs we have here. We don't need to do an amazing UV job. Modeling UV editor. We don't have to do an amazing UV job, but it has to just be good enough for what we're looking at doing. So we can start with a planar, and here we can see that we already have something a little better, and can set the rotations to 90-degree steps. Oh, that's odd. There we go. So that's a front projection that we have here, and then what we should be able to do is grab the back faces here, and actually we can delete this, and we'll grab the back faces, and do planar projection on that. So now we have the back. I'll just just put it over here, and we'll grab the sides. We can do both at the same time. And here we just do another planar, but we might have to rotate it. So let's get into rotation mode and just spin that around until, you know, get roughly what we need. Convert that to shell and scale it. Okay, so here are the sides. We'll texture both sides at the same time. It'll save us some time, and then we'll texture the back and the front independently. And we'll go through now and just line up each piece. There we go. And we'll line up the top. Line up this this one here. There you go. And we'll keep lining up to the top. And same thing here. And same thing here. And same thing here. There we go. And we'll do a bit of a cheat, and we'll just have some overlap down the bottom, but we'll connect these edges here so that our rust looks like it continues all the way through. You know, not the cleanest UV job, but it's definitely a UV job that's going to save us some time and allow us to get this thing done a bit faster. And there we go. And since the handle of the pump is probably going to be a similar sort of metal, we can throw that handle in there as well. And with this one, because it's such a small object, we'll just do a automatic, and bam, look at that. That's better than what I would have done by hand. Now we'll select this object as well, and then we'll we'll select these two objects. And then we'll select all of the UVs of this one. There we go. And then we'll scale them and put them somewhere else. And the pipe is going to be made out of plastic, so we don't want it to look metal. So we won't worry about the pipe for now. It's probably going to be a single color since it's going to be black, so we don't even really need to UV it. So let's add some details to those pumps, just round edges, things like that. You can see the edges are a bit round here. So let's go and give it some basic modeling love, just like that. And these are all the edges that I'm gonna give a bit of a bevel to give them a bit more of a round feeling. In CG, things tend to very often have very sharp edges if you're just modeling in low poly like this. To give it a bit more of a realistic look. Sorry, I moved my microphone a little bit. Hopefully the sound was okay. And to give it a bit more of a realistic ping from the shader, giving a little bit of a bevel will definitely help. There are shaders that actually do beveling for you at shader time, so they don't affect the geometry, they just soften the hard edges. You can also do that with normals. But it's nice to have control over it, and since once again we're quite far from our polygon limit for this Unity scene, we might as well just use use what we have and give it a nice bevel There we go. Look at that. The UVs might not look too great inside the area that have been beveled. So to fix that, what we should be able to do is we could see if an unfold actually does the job. Yeah, the unfold's is a bit harsh. Oh yeah, we hadn't textured the top. So let's do a plane projection on the top. And do planar, and this is the top. Quite important to have that. And I'm just going to put this up here. There we go. And so now, now what we want to do is, well, what do we want to do? Let's take a look at our reference again. It looks like these things are jutting forward a little bit in our reference picture. We can't really see it, but let's do it. So let's grab this and let's push it forward a bit like that. And we'll grab the back one and do the same thing. Go like that. Make it look a little bit more engineered than just a cube. Okay, let's see if we can work with that unfold again. That would be quite handy. This is not doing a good job. What we'll do is go through each piece again. And just do a planar map again. We'll do a planar map on the edges, and that's going to fix our extra bevel problem. We'll take out the ones on the roof because they're actually looking quite good. And let's do a planar again. And it's done it in the wrong direction, so we'll just go ahead and rotate it. Ideally, you'd want to rotate it exactly 90 degrees, but that's not a huge concern. And it looks like rotation snapping is on. I'll kill that. There we go, select all three here and scale it down a little bit so it fits inside the 1 UV space. Let's shrink that a little bit because it's this edge needs to be about the length of that. So it's all at the same size, and select this, and we can see this is sitting quite happily. And we'll call our UVs done for now. So what next? We'll delete the history, and we will create a texture for it. So to create a texture, easiest thing to do, let's not go crazy with substance here. This would be a lesson in itself. Texturing anything with you know, advanced tools like that would tend to be quite involved, and we're doing a very rough job. So we're not really looking for quality, we're looking for speed. So excuse me. So if I open up my UV editor, I can I haven't done this for a while, but you can export this could be what I want. But there used to be an option just to export the wires. UV snapshot, love that. So UV snapshot, you can choose your texture size. We'll make it 2K, and then we'll choose our path, and we'll drop it directly inside our Unity project, because then we'll open it up in Krita, photo editor, or Photoshop for you if you want, and we'll paint our textures and just save on top. So no country gas station assets, and we'll call it textures. No, we'll call it gas pump, and then inside the gas pump we'll have a textures folder, and here we'll call that initially gas pump color, or albedo, which is the new terms now, and save, and we'll export it as a JPEG, and we'll go OK. And so now we can open it up in Krita. So if I go File Open, I can navigate to my work folder again and go to RT-Classics, No Country, Gas Station, Assets, and now we go to Gas Pumps and Textures, and we'll open this up. And you see that we have our UVs here. So I'm gonna have to move the microphone because I need to use my tablet, my Wacom tablet, for painting. So we'll create a new layer on top of this, and we'll start with a few textures from cgtextures.com. Highly recommend that website. It's really handy. It's simple. It has just simple images that you can use to create your own textures very quickly. The premium access is extremely affordable, and even if you can't afford to pay for it, the free limit is quite good. For small projects like this, I wouldn't even need a paid account because I'm only downloading 1 or 2 textures. And then when you start doing big projects where you have to download a lot of textures, this really the premium becomes really worth it. So let's see what we can find in terms of welded metal. Something like that could be really nice, something along these lines. Colors don't really matter to us, we'll change the colors as we need. We could even use that for where the pipe is plugged, and let's start with those for now, and we just need the small one, although we do have a 2K texture, so I think we could download this. There we go, and we can download this and download this one. And we'll wait a little bit. My hard drive keeps falling asleep. And then we'll show the images in download folder and drag and drop it onto our image here and insert many layers. And we'll have a layer for each one of these images that we got. And using Control-T, we can start transforming these layers around to put them where we want them. So we'll put the hole on the side area there. We'll put come on, what's happening here? Here we go. We'll texture this just like that. One big red texture. We'll get rid of this. We'll put this one on top. And what I like to do is put the wireframe on top as a multiply. No, sorry, you gotta invert it first. So we'll go filter, adjust, invert, and then we can put it down as a multiply. And that helps us see what we're doing a bit better. And Control T on this one. There we go. And we'll add this one as an overlay to add a bit more texture to the whole thing. This is quite nice. Yep. Once again, don't worry about the color. We'll fix that later. The hole. Looks like we could put the hole as a multiply. So we just have this kind of darkened area. And we can move it roughly to the side. Let's take a look at our Maya file and where the thing is plugged. It is plugged quite high up and a little bit to the right. So let's go ahead and do that. Quite high up and a little bit to the right. That will do for now. So let's go through and scroll the layer modes until we find one that we like. This is not bad. It looks like multiply may have been the easiest one to work with at this point. Linear burn, gamma dark. Yeah, gamma dark isn't so bad. Let's keep that. And so let's take a look at our reference again for color. And I guess it's a bit brownish. Let's take a look at the map. Okay, they're white and blue in this. So let's go and create a what we can do is create an extra layer, put it on top of everything, and we'll paint that blue. Just get a bucket and give it a blue grayish color, just so it's not too saturated, and paint it. And then we'll get a selection here and we'll paint that white, and the roof as well, paint it white. So we'll go ahead and let's give it a bit of a off gray, maybe even a tiny little bit of yellow, just a bit of a warm color. There we go. Wonderful. I'm actually surprised that I'm seeing my detail through limit to current layer. I think is yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. I didn't want Critter to take care of filling the color too intelligently. I just want to use the color blending modes. There we go. And then we'll go through our blending modes. And what we'll want is something along the lines of hue, value, saturation, or color. And we'll just scroll through our different layer types until we find something like color. Or hue. Where is hue? Let's see what we have here. Color. Not exactly that. Hue. No. Hue, saturation, value. There we go. That's the one we want. So we can see that we're just essentially coloring, but we're keeping the texture, which is nice. And select, deselect. And then we'll do that pump up there. We'll just do it with a simple brush. We'll make it dark gray. I'll do that on new layer. There we go. Yep. Alright, so now we'll have to put the panel that that we can see in in this image. It's got like a little counter, so maybe we can just Google for that. How about, let's see if CG Textures has something. Gas pump. Wow, look at that. Perfect. Amazing. So let's pick a panel, a gas pump panel that looks good. I think something a bit darker would be nice, so let's go with that one. I wonder why these are not loading. Oh, we got empty slots here. Yeah. And here's the panel. Let's go ahead and just get this size. Might be a bit too big, but whatever. And we'll want to desaturate the colors a little bit, but we'll do that at the end once we collapse all the layers. And we'll wait for that download to start. Meanwhile, what we can do is actually start testing our texture. So if I just save and just save over the top of the wireframe, and then go back to Maya and grab these two objects and give them a new material, and here we go. We'll give it a blend, and here we'll just go to colors and file, and we'll point it to our texture once more. And here we are, realtime-classics and no country and assets, gas pump, textures, albedo, and we'll display the textures, and it looks like it's all black for some reason. Maybe it hasn't replaced it yet. Let's double check that. Oh yeah, here we go. We'll just save it and we'll reload. Might need a few seconds. Let's go ahead and reload it. Here we go. And we can see that we're almost spot on with that gas pump hole there. And that means we can tweak our pipe. to be right here. There we are. And we'll just put a black material on the new material, and we'll put a black material there on that tube. And then we can start adding the panel and updating the texture to see what's happening. We can still see the wireframe on top, and that's because I've left it currently in the texture, but that's fine. We can just keep it that way for now. We might even be able to, as we are here, is tweak our texture so that these two seams meet. It's probably going a little bit too far detail-wise, but since I'm waiting for the download to start. Oh, I've been logged out. That explains it. And let's get this one. There we are. And let's just tweak this a little bit here until the lines align properly. There we go. Looks better. Perfect. And let's go back to Critter and get our downloads folder and drop this this texture in there, insert as layer. And here I'll just cut out what I need, which is the panel. I'll just copy and paste it and delete the original layer, and deselect and Control T to move it around, and we'll put it here. Oh, sorry, I've selected the wrong layer to do that. There it is. And we'll just move that. And we'll put it inside that that gap. There we go. Hit enter, and we'll darken it and contrast it up a bit. Yeah, maybe this is a little bit much. Let's be gentle with it. There we go. Okay, I'll save that again. Override it and reload our texture in Maya. Okay. There we are. We can see that we have a panel in there now. Our blend is a bit too shiny, so it's a bit hard to see the textures. So we can just turn that shine down a bit. There's a gas station with the panel inside, white and blue. Let's see what else we can add just to get it a little bit closer to the reference. There's the logo up the top there, and a bunch of damage on the front. Damage is always easy to do with these textures here. So let's find let's see. Let's go back to metals. Bear. Rusted. And then we can find a a damage texture. Something like that. Download it. Show our downloads, and let's see where it put it. There you go, metal rusted. We'll drag and drop it, insert as new layer, and we can scale that up or down. And we'll do that on we'll do like a bit of a gradient of damage, and we won't put any on the roof for now. And some areas where we won't need any damage are where the panel is. So I'm gonna grab my Wacom here, and I'm gonna grab a very wide brush, like a airbrush like that, and I'm going to slowly, I'll turn up the opacity on this. I'm going to slowly remove. Oh, I'm actually painting, my bad, meant to be erasing. And I'll remove on the panel the damage. There we go. And then we can remove it a little bit at the top there so that it transitions into our roof properly. And we can just go through and randomly delete a little bit of that damage so that it's not everywhere. I'll expose that hole properly. There we go. That's perfect. And we'll hide the wireframe. We'll put in a fill layer at the back there, and we'll give it a color that's close to our general color here. And then we'll just do a fill. Here we are. And we'll save that image again. And double check it in Maya. Strangely enough, the reloading doesn't work anymore in Maya. It's a bit frustrating. If anyone knows why it's doing that, please let me know. I used to use this all the time, and now I just get this silly error. So every time I have to do this and then that, and that's very annoying. Yeah, okay, so we've lost the color, obviously, there. So we'll change that damage to a layer mode that lets us, not this one. Things are starting to move a little slowly on my machine for some reason. We'll go up here and make that a overlay. There we go. And we'll create a empty layer, and we'll merge the layers together. New layer from visible. There we go. And then now this layer we can desaturate it a little. There we go. Just makes it seem a bit more realistic. And we'll go ahead and save. And nope, no luck. And here we are. We can grab these stretched faces, and we can do a automatic unwrap on them. and then just jump into our UV editor and convert that to UVs, the selection, and then scale that and throw it down here so it picks up the same texture. And we can even shift it a little so it matches. The line. It's better. Excellent. So we're going to call this one done. We're going to group it. Then we're going to duplicate this and center the pivot. There we are. We'll just move that across here. And we'll duplicate this cable, move that across here. And move this cable to our second group. And then here, we'll edit this a little so it looks like a different cable. And we can delete this and this. Oh, whoops. No, I want that. That one needs to go here. There we are. And we'll make this cable move a bit differently than the other. Yeah, well, it's a little different. It just gives it a bit of variation. Sort of a good way to it's not too different, but I guess it wouldn't be in real life. But it's different enough. There we are. So now it's time to just combine the whole thing. And delete the history. And we'll do the same for this one. Delete the history. And we'll modify and center the pivot on this one. Center the pivot on that one. And we'll just grab our pivots and just snap them to the grid. So we'll just do it one by one. Snap here and snap there. There we go. And we'll insert and we'll snap the pivot right to the middle. Oops. Hold X for grid snap. There we are. And we'll do the same thing with this. Snap and snap here. Oh, it's a little offset. That'll do the job. And then we'll hit insert it and we'll snap it to the grid. And once again, delete the history, freeze the transformations, and these are our two gas stations, gas pumps. Let's put them back at 0 and export them through FBX. And we'll export them directly inside the asset folder, gas pumps, and then we'll put them in here. And we have our enable media. This is going to create a duplicate of the texture in Unity. Not a big deal, but it's handy to have the shader already plugged in, although not a must. And here inside Unity, we'll create a folder for the car and the car textures, and we'll move them in here. The OBJ exporter, will get rid of it for now. It's really bothering me. That empty folder I thought we had deleted, but obviously not. Now we have this materials folder, which is the car's materials. So let's put that inside the car folder. And our gas pump here has everything it needs. And these are the source textures, and these are the actual applied textures. And look at that. There's two overlapping gas pumps. We'll drag them into our scene. And we'll have to scale it up. How much do we scale up the car by? 68. That's not a very round number. Let's say that we need a scale of 50 for it to work. And 50. Okay, and then we'll move this, rotate it. Same thing for this guy. These are our gas pumps and the car. The car's windows need to be edited to be transparent. So we'll go to the window material, and for some reason it has this weird albedo, which I didn't think. Oh, interesting. Albedo for the lights. Yeah, that's an interesting way to work. I like that. Okay. Then you just need to put your UVs in the color that you want. I like that. That's a good idea. I'll use it in the future. And we need to turn up the transparency. So let's see here. Oh, rendering mode, transparent. And where is our transparency? Where is our transparency? I cannot seem to find it. Interesting. Find a shader that has transparency built in. Bumped in specular. And I cannot seem to find it. Transparency on here. Yeah, it's because we have a map in here, and it uses the alpha of the map for the transparency. So what we'll have to do is just remove the map for now and lower the alpha, and that's going to give us our transparency. Keep forgetting that. And there we are. See inside of the car. We can give it a high specular since it's a car. Since it's glass, sorry. And there we are. On our gas pumps. Well, actually, let's start playing around with the directional light a little bit here. see what we have in there. So we can see that the sun is coming from the left of frame because it's casting a shadow on the right, and a little bit from into frame towards us because it's to the right and a little bit to the back. So we'll bring back our temporary ground plane, put it at 0, 0, and I'll just rotate that light until we have a similar shadow happening. So it's not too much to the back and it's not too much to the right. So it's quite an early afternoon sun. And we'll go inside our lighting. We'll make sure that our directional light is set as being the sun. Sky-wise, we have a very strange hazy grey sky, but we also have filters on this camera that gives a yellow tint to everything. So we'll do the filters on the cameras at the end. Right now we'll just go with a normal blue sky. And what we have here is actually fine. And we'll just be sure that our ambient occlusion is baked properly. Yep, it looks like it's fine. We'll leave it on auto. And it seems like this always has an issue, but I guess we're not using GLS, we're using DirectX, so we're fine. It's just a warning. Fog is definitely gonna be part of the game once. Oh, is it? Maybe not. Fog isn't, but shadows casted from clouds will be, to create that dark background here. That's the cloud going overhead and casting shadow on the ground. So we'll do that a little bit later. So I'd like to damage the look of the specular of that car a bit, and to do that I'm just going to grab a random grunge map, and let's just go ahead with this one again. It's perfect, and we'll drag and drop it inside the car folder here. We'll put it inside textures. It's a good way to know which textures I'm doing in Unity and which textures are part of the FBX and are being done in Maya. And we'll drag and drop this in here. And we'll grab that downloaded texture and we'll put it in here, and we can use this texture now on our car shaders, the main one being the one attached to the shell. So let's take a quick look at that, and here it is. And we'll drag and drop it in the normal map section, or maybe even the albedo, but we'll put that in detail for now, secondary map. So here we are, and let's see what we can see. There's a chance that this car does not have any UVs. And that could be a problem for us, so let's go back to Maya and double check that our car shell has UVs, and it doesn't. So we'll add some. We'll just do an automatic UV. There we are. And that's created some automatic UVs on the car. You can see that here. It's a little bit high frequency, but I think it'll do fine, since we can use the tiling option. So we'll re-export that car and update the FBX. So send to Unity, selection, and go into car and just car model, and we'll just let it replace that file. And we'll wait for Unity to reload. And once the car's reloaded, we should be able to increase the tiling and hopefully see some detail appear. Or maybe not. It's quite interesting. Let's try exporting it as car number 2 and see if the updating works, the new UVs. Let's make sure that FBX here is exporting the UVs as well. Seems like there's no options to disable them. So UVs should be exported properly. Wait for it to reload. Okay, I was having a few issues with the UVs on this car. Mainly due to the fact that the shell had multiple UVs in Maya. For some reason I still haven't been able to exactly fix it, but luckily I found how to get around that. Since I'm only going to use the secondary maps, I can set the secondary map to use UV1. I have no idea what is wrong with this geometry right now, but I don't have time to fix it, so I just have to move on and add my my detail to my metal rusted. There we go, to that. As a secondary map, it's handy because it means I can blend it out. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and blend it a little bit lower. It doesn't seem to be disappearing much. And I can tile it. So I'm gonna go ahead and tile it a bit. We get a higher frequency damage. Here we go. You can see that suddenly we have a bit of a damaged car. It's obviously too damaged for the look that we're going for. We're gonna need to work on our scale, but we'll do that later on. We want the car to be at a decent scale compared to the pumps. And I guess the pumps can be moved a little so that 2 cars can park. Although they don't seem that far apart in our reference. No, they're right next to each other, so I guess they park 1 car on one side and 1 car on the other side. I'm not sure. Or maybe they're just 2 different types of fuel, like diesel and unleaded or whatever. So let's go back to our material here, and let's try to work out how we can also add a normal. So we'll just convert that to normal. So we'll duplicate it. And we'll turn it into a normal. And first we'll call it normal. And we'll let Unity automatically convert it. So we're going to drag and drop it into the normal. And we'll fix, which means that it will convert it to a normal. And now we have a normal texture for our car. This this is a bit strong. Let's see if we can do without it and just rely on the normal for damage. And turn it up a bit. We might be able to simply rely on a normal map to create breakup. although it would be quite nice to have. Simulates dirt on the car, so the car's not damaged, it's just dirty. This seems to be doing a fine job at giving this this impression. All right, let's keep plowing ahead. I'll need to just go ahead and fix those that transparency again, since I re-imported the car. And set it to transparent so it reads the alpha channel. Yeah. And maybe give it a little bit smoother. That will do just fine. Okay, let's start picking up the pace here. We'll put a ground plane and a desert, and we'll have to put a road down on that desert as well. So let's get started with that. So I'll use a Unity terrain. And I'll place the terrain in the middle of my frame. Somewhere along those lines. And we'll go back to our car. And we'll immediately just put our road down. So we know that we don't want to sculpt around that road and just keep it flat. So let's make sure that the road looks like it can fit 2 cars on it, and we'll put it aside here, away from the car, and we'll stretch it out as much as we can. And we'll drop it back down just a little bit above 0, so it's just above the ground. And this is going to be our road guideline, and we'll give it a material, a default another material. So I'm going to create a material in here that we can use as a road map, and we'll rearrange that a little bit later. For now, I'll just drop it in here. And we'll select the road again, and we'll just add our material to it. It's okay. So here's our road map. Road map would be not very specular or reflective. So we'll just take that down a bit. And we'll leave it as is for now. Since our lighting's not done, we can't really start playing around with colors too much. Now the terrain will need to be like a sand type of color. So I'm going to go back to my favorite website, and I'll call it, I'll search for desert ground, see what it gives me. Okay, this is too cracked. And this is quite interesting. It'd be nice to find something maybe a little bit messier. This is interesting. This is interesting. Let's see what they have in just ground. There's some nice ones here too. This is nice. This could work. Okay, let's download these. We'll download small versions for this. Because we're just gonna stamp them. And we'll download one of them in high res. And that one will give us our broader color. Okay. Let's go inside Unity, inside edit textures, and let's add some textures. Now, first we need to grab the textures that we just downloaded. All of these. And we'll drag and drop it inside a folder. Ground. And we'll open this up and we'll create a folder called textures. And we'll drag and drop these textures in here. Almost done. And there we are. Now selecting our ground again, we can add textures here. We'll select this one. And we'll leave it without normals for now. And we'll click add. Now we'll add another one. We'll go ahead and choose this. This could be good for the side of the road, depending on how we go. We might just use that. And we'll add that. And we'll add another one for variation. That one. We'll add that. And add another texture. And add this one. Add it. And another one. And one last one. There. Alright, all ready to go. We should start trying to paint some of these textures to see how it works. Oh, that's kind of interesting. That could be, you know, where the station is sitting. The ground is a bit different because cars drive over it all the time. Then we could move to this here and get a smaller brush and just paint out this other texture, replace it with this. Just start giving the ground a little bit of a different look or a different texture all around. It looks like there's some grass along the other side there. I probably won't do real grass. I think what I'll do is I'll try to get a texture that does that. Dry grass. And something along those lines could work for us. It's not going to be very easy to see anyway. These are all messed up grass. Actually, that's kind of cool. I think this might do the job. Let's see if we can get a relatively large version of it. And copy that here. There we are. And we'll go ahead and just add this texture. Where's that grass? There it is. Wonderful. We'll go ahead and add it, select it, and see if we can paint it on the other side of the road. and it looks like it's a bit too big, so we can just go to edit, and we'll size it down to say 5 instead of 15, maybe even less, 2. Yeah, we're gonna start getting some tiling, but that's not a huge problem. Reflectivity, metallic. This is gonna need a normal. So I'm gonna use this really magic piece of software from the Substance developers called B2M, bitmap to material, and that's gonna extract some normals for me. And meanwhile, oh, no, it launched pretty quickly. So all I need to do with B2M, I really love this piece of software, it's great, is drag my texture in here and load it as the main input, and then we'll let it create a normal map for us, and we can already see that it's made this normal map here from what we have. And then we'll just export bitmaps, and all we need is the normal, and we'll go ahead and put it we'll put it on a temporary folder for now, just drop it on the desktop, and the format we'll just go for JPEG. I think that's all we need, and then we'll just click export, and we can pick it up from the desktop. And here's my normal map, newly created normal map. So now that we're happy with it, we'll just drag and drop it in here, and drag and drop it in here, and now we have a normal, which means we can make it slightly reflective, and that will allow us to there's a chance we might need to actually set this to be a real normal map, so let's do that now. Normal map, there we are. And there we go. So we're still seeing a lot of tiling with that grass, so that's a bit of a concern. Let's see what we can do using some breakup. I'm gonna maximize this here, because there we go. So I'm gonna paint that here, paint my grass, and if I get a bit closer I see that, you know, it doesn't look too bad, and it should work, but it stops working when you get a little too far. But our frame is going to be somewhere along this sort of look. So that tells me that maybe I should make it a little bit bigger. See, we're losing a bit of tiling, and then, you know, we'll have to break it up with other textures. This texture looks like it needs to be smaller as well, so we'll go ahead and do that. There we are. So adding some grass just along the road. There we go. It's going to be grass along the road. And then we'll break it up with this texture, just to make sure we're not getting too much repeating pattern. Ideally we just want another grass texture and mix the two, but this seems like it will do the trick for us, so let's just do that. It looks like my scene is gonna look a little bit drier than theirs. I'm not worried about that. We'll hold up the gas station a little bit longer, and we'll just get some trees. So we see we have dried trees or dead trees here, and then we have some leafy trees in the background. So to do that, I can use Maya and just paint effects and build some trees assets. That's quite a quick way of doing this. I'm just gonna create I'm gonna unhide my plane. I'm gonna hide everything else. And then I'm going to go to rendering, I believe, or effects actually. They've changed that around a bit. No. Looks like rendering it is. I'm gonna have to search for that menu. Where's the menu search? Autodesk, please stop changing menu around. Find menu. Paint effects tool inside modeling. Okay. Generate here, I imagine. And we'll find just keep that one open, and we'll go here and try to find our paint effects tool. There it is. That's paint effects, and then we'll want our visor. Template brush settings might be what we're looking for. No. Get brush. And let's find some trees. There you go. And here's a dead tree. We'll keep that open for now. And we'll go ahead and paint a few dead trees. Okay. And then we'll go inside the brush, the brush attributes here, and we'll paint less meshes per stroke. So I believe we can do this. Stamp density. Nope. I think it's in here actually. Sample density. Here we go. Where we end up with just two trees that look like one. If we look at our reference, yeah, that'll do fine. It looks like there's too much gravity on there, so let's see if we can use the mesh shading, not texturing, glow tubes, flow animation. Tubes and behavior, and let's see if not this one, forces, and we'll turn down the gravity. There we go. If we turn down gravity, we're getting a less squishy tree. It seems to me like tube wise we should also try to get the angle right on the growth. So tube per step. This, no. There. And here we can length, width, we can keep this tree straight. Okay, that's not doing anything. And branches, there we go, branches, and then we'll want our angle to be not as split. And this is going to be the one tree that we use for all the dead trees. So just going to go and convert it to polygons, convert, and convert pane effects to polygons. And I'm going to push that aside, disable my snapping, and push that aside for later use. And on this plane I'm going to create a more fluffy tree. Back to trees, tree mesh. That looks quite nice. So does this. So does this. Oh, let's try this one. And we'll have to make it a bit bigger, although we can always scale it up after we've converted it to a mesh. Let's just make one tree. Here's our tree. And we're gonna be happy with this because we can use it as a tree, and we can use it as a I think this one's a bit better. We can use it as a tree, and we might be able to use it as a bush as well by scaling it down. And we'll convert this tree to pane effects to polygons, and we can delete this one. So here's a pane effect tree, and we'll scale it up, and we'll put our center pivot in the center. Make it about the same size as the other tree. They're going to be quite far out in the background. Here we have some issues with the material being transparent. And we'll delete the history on it, of course. And specular, so we don't have transparency, but we probably do have they're going to be so far that we won't need any textures, so we'll just add a normal blend shader on them for now. There we are. And we'll put this guy back in the middle. Okay. And we'll export this one first. Trees, dead tree, and export. And then we'll export this guy. Leafy tree, and export. And we'll let them load. Okay. And let's drag them into our scene. I'll put both of them in there, and looks like I've only got one. That's okay. And we'll scale them up. Probably too big. Let's see, about 5, 8, maybe 10. That looks like a good scale. Duplicate it, rotate it a bit so it doesn't look like the same tree twice. I can move them around. Push this one into the ground a bit just to disguise that it's the same tree. Let's do the same thing again. Push that to the back. And then there's another dead tree behind the station. And we'll dress them. We'll probably dress more trees and add more trees once we have the station in there. It'll inform us a little bit about what we want as far as trees. And then we can import our leafy tree. And this guy we can scale him up to right about the right size compared to these, and we can put him in the background. Don't know how numerous they are. It looks like there's another road over there, so we can push it a little further and then just start putting these trees along the road irregularly. And we'll play with the scale and the rotation so they don't look like the same trees. There we are, and we can use this tree, scale down a bit and push through the ground as bushes as well. It looks like there's a dense patch here, so we'll do that. Then we can select dispatch. We'll select dispatch and we'll duplicate it. We'll push it along, and we'll set our pivot to local, and we'll rotate them all independently, create a bit more mess. And there's patches of trees. Great. Starting to make some progress here. Okay, so all these trees, all these leafy trees, we're just going to make them green. Or sort of brownish green. And these ones we're just going to make them brown. Let's take a look at our global illumination, which is a bit too strong by default, and get some of this darker color into play. So let's turn down the indirect density to 0.1, and the bounce boost doesn't seem to do much. We'll leave it as is. Let's turn it up to high resolution. I think we can afford it. This is not making a lot of difference, so let's leave it at low. Great. And the cloud that I was talking about before, to do that, we can simply create a gobo, or add a map to the light that is the sun, and a noisy one. So if we grab our light and we go in the inspector here, we should be able to find something they call a cookie, and the cookie is what they call a gobo on set when you're doing DOP work. And we'll just search for cloud. Something like that could work. I'd like something that's a bit more 50-50 of blue sky and clouds. I'm going to search Google for cloud gobo. There we go, that's more like it. I'm just going to grab that. We might need to invert it. So we'll just go straight into Krita to edit it. And this time we'll just open it as a new file. And we'll go ahead and paint the sides of that gobo black. And then we'll invert the image. Excellent. And we'll save that directly into our Unity project. And we'll put it, we'll just drop it here for now. Once it's loaded, we have our light selected here. We'll just drag and drop the cookie texture. Oh, and there's a chance that we might need to change the type of light that it is. No, I believe directional should work. Let's see. Let's disable our GI for now. Try to work out why this gobo isn't working. Might just need to be much larger. No. I'll leave that. No. Oh, yes, I've had that issue before. It reads the alpha, I think. It reads the alpha, I think. So let's copy this and add alpha. What we could do is do a select color range, and let's see if we can select the highlights. No, maybe just this. And create a new layer, hide this, and then select inverse, and then we can do a fill, or fill it with white, and save it as a format that supports alpha, like PNG. Let it reload, and we'll put that into our light. There we go. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily need to be inverted. It could be though. Just like that. Let's override it. Okay, and there we go. These are our clouds. Now they look like they're repeating, but that's because we're not very close to the ground. But if you get a bit closer, it becomes less obvious. Great thing is that we can now control where they are. So we can use this as our guide camera. We can control where they are by just moving the light and scaling it. No, scaling doesn't work. Scaling is here. There we are. And we can see over there the sky is darker that way. So we can scale it even further, just so we get like big broad clouds and large areas of no cloud. There we go. Cool thing is if you were animating it, you could you know, make the clouds slowly go overhead, which is a nice look, cool effect. Oh, this area is a bit nicer. I think I like that better. We'll do that. And mine is bluer, but that's because we have a blue sky. But I have to remind you that I will put a filter over this at the end, just like they had on the camera in the film, to make everything a little bit more orange. That said, we can still turn down the intensity of our sun a little, I think. Somewhere along these lines. Okay, and let's draw on our ground. Let's draw this and the driveway, and we'll start drawing all this little area here. So if we go to painting and we grab the grass, and we get a bit of a sharper brush, whilst keeping it quite small. I'll just go ahead and paint that. And I think we can afford to edit this texture and make it a bit darker, more absorbent of light since it's grass, but not too shiny, just enough so we can see the shape of the normal map. I'll just keep painting around here. So what else do we have here? And then we have a driveway behind the trees, so and we have more grass after. I'll just go and paint a lot of grass over here. We'll break it up after. There you go. And I'm gonna call this my driveway texture. And we'll paint it with a relatively sharp brush this time. That's a bit big. I'll just border it up with some grass. And same thing here. There you go, so we can tell that's the texture. That it's a sort of a road. Maybe this color wasn't the best for the road. This might be better. Yeah, more concretey. There we go. And we can tell that a lot of cars have gone through here from the road. And obviously a lot of cars go through here as well. And we'll use this texture that I like. Actually, we'll use that for the areas that are driven over. It's nice and white. It gives you a feeling that it's been used. And we'll make our brush much smaller. What we have here is a bit of an S shape in the road. Yeah, we're not gonna make it exact, but it'll be close enough. Something like that, just to give an idea that cars have come into this station from different directions. Coming from this side and coming from that side. I'll break up that repeating grass pattern over there. Okay, the ground is quite acceptable. Let's work on our camera a little bit. We don't really know the lens on this camera. It's a little hard to tell. Could be anything. Maybe an 18mm. 18mm makes it look too orthographic. So see if 30 is probably a bit more like it. And we're going to start working on framing this properly. We'll put the car over here, and then we'll turn this way. Looking down a bit more. How much sky do we get? Not a lot. Nope. I'll put that to local. And less sky. Our road is sort of going through frames like this. We're actually pretty close. Looks like our road needs to be a bit thicker. There we go. Okay. Trees could be a bit further out. This is going to continuously change as we start adding more and more objects to the scene to try to get it just right. Well, just right, close enough. Let's try to get our car to look a bit whiter in that blistering heat. Whilst retaining some eggshell yellow. It looks like we can't really see much of our normal map from that angle. So I think we can afford to turn it up a bit. Not that much. Bit more. Yeah. It's a bit too much when we're up close, but it's kind of nice from this angle. We actually see that the car's a bit beaten up. And before I move further, what I'd like to do is actually just test some screen space ambient occlusion on the camera, mainly because I feel like I'm gonna need it just to get that car looking like it's sitting on the ground. I feel like ambient occlusion is gonna be our friend for something like this. Also, my shadows should be quite a lot darker. So before I do that, let me see if we can harden the shadows a bit. And I'm not sure what is so transparent. I guess it's the problem with the I guess it's the issue with the global illumination being a bit too strong, so we're gonna turn that down. Oh. No, it isn't, because we haven't been using it. Well, let's wait for that global illumination to bake and we'll start from there. Okay, and what we can do next is actually do a little bit of sculpting on the ground. Not too much, since it's a relatively flat ground. We can give it a little bit of form. So let's select the ground and go into our sculpting and grab a brush that something along those lines. Then we could probably increase the, and let's see what happens if we sculpt it up a bit. Okay, that's way too much. I will turn down the opacity to half that, and we'll disable the automatic GI build. Here we can put a little bit of a rising ground above the next to the highway, and even lower. There we are. There we go. Like I said, it's not much, it's just enough to give us a feeling that it is indeed natural ground out there. And smaller brush, and maybe raise the ground around the trees, and raise the ground here. Oops. This is also a good way to break up any tiling from the texture. Okay, and we can see how everything went black because we got rid of our GI. The reflection intensity is what's giving us the illusion of a strong global light. Let's bring back our GI. Let's see what we get there. With our lighting rebuilt, we can turn up a little bit the intensity of our sun, although the ambient intensity was a bit much. There. and our reflection intensity back up a bit. That's only going to affect anything that really has specularity or reflection. It helps us darken up the grass a little bit. And we'll see if we can tone down the shadows by going back to soft shadows. Okay, this is looking better already. And that's a very low value in the bias here. And turn down the strength of the shadow. No, we'll leave that right up. But what we want to do is tone down the strength of the cookie. And it looks to me like we have to go back to Krita for that. And just add a little bit of density to our alpha channel here. So let's go ahead and create a new plane. And let's fill that up completely. And then we'll go and tone down the opacity. %, or thereabouts. And we'll go ahead and save it, replace it. There we go. It's a bit more diffuse, and that's looking quite good. Dark shadow under the car, diffuse shadow under the clouds. And now what I want to do is create a little bit of a grass object. I'm going to use the grass to also paint rocks and other things on the ground. So that's going to be using the terrain tools. So if I go ahead and back to the terrain tools and I go to detail, paint detail, I'm going to need to create a little prefab, like a grass prefab. So I'm going to create a folder called terrain detail. Yeah. And in here, I'm going to create a game object, which is a plane. And I'm going to rotate it to 90 degrees. And we're going to put it at 0, 0. And we're going to scale it down to 0.1 for now. And this is going to be like a grass plane. It's too big here, but it doesn't matter to us right now. We're going to raise it up until it's on its side, so that the root will be here. Then we're going to go to our favorite website and we're going to look for grass. And these little weeds things are great, so let's just use that. And we have the alpha channel there as well. Wonderful. That will do the job just fine. And let's see if we can get a bit more. Something a bit more grassy. These are great. Wonderful. See if I can search for billboard. No. There you go. These ones here. And let's download. I think the resolution doesn't need to be very high because it's all going to be very small. Let's go ahead and download the low res. Flowers we might not need, but these plants we will. These little bushy plants are awesome. This is grass, these. Let's try not to get too many to save ourselves a bit of work, but these old flowers could be good. Maybe something like that. Okay, that'll be enough for us. Great. And we will we can we might not do them all because we do have a lot here, but we'll bring them into Unity. Okay, and hopefully all we need to do is create corresponding materials. Let's call it grass 1 mat. Actually, we'll just let Unity rename it on its own or renumber it on its own. So we'll go grass mat 1, and we'll I think nature is what we want, and billboard. And give it a color. And we'll select one of them. There we are. And we'll assign it to the plane here. Okay, this might not be the best way to do it. I wonder if we could just go to standard and then set it to transparent. Yeah, but we're gonna keep getting this. Let me think. And we'll import our standard assets for environment and effects, which hopefully will add a few shaders that we can use on our billboard grass. We'll wait for the package to import, and we'll import it. Still going. And then we'll import our effects package. And import it. And now that everything is imported, or at least effects and etc., look in our standard assets. Let's see if we have some new shaders that have popped up that we can use on our grass. Oh yeah, and we'll have locked this. That's our grass shader here, and then okay. So effects. Okay, effects is not what we want. It's strangely hard to find. I'm going to search for that. Okay, I took a little bit of time off here to try to find out how to do my grass shader, and I decided to just get a grass pack from the store by Silver TM, this one here. Mainly because I've been meaning to get one of those packs anyway, and it was affordable, and at least it's going to give me a set of shaders that later down the track, if I want to make my custom grass with different textures, I can do that using these shaders as a base. So we're just going to go ahead and use that pack for this project, and we'll wait for the assets to import. And now that it's all imported, we'll take a look at our grass pack, and we'll get rid of this, and we'll look at the prefabs, and we'll see we have a bunch of prefabs here, and we're gonna put these prefabs in our detail list here. And I guess we'll have to do it one by one. Oh, look at that, we can just go make it directly a texture. So I may not have needed that pack in the first place. Although it does look quite pretty. And it has animation, which could be a plus. Yeah, this is a nice pack. Okay, I'll use the pack. So I wonder why it's not displaying anything here. Let's give it a try, see if we can paint it. And no, it's not working. Oh, the opacity's too low. Yeah, so we're not able to paint the object. This is the first time I use this grass system, so sorry if it's taking a bit of time, bear with me. Let's try to add that again. And And maybe let's try to just add the mesh. Surely we'd have to put the prefab. I can see here. That has to be the right way to do it. And yet it is not showing up. Let's try with this. And still no luck. Let's try with a grass texture just from our own downloaded textures. Let's find a relatively bushy one. This is nice. Let's see how we go here. And we'll add it. And okay, so this works. It's a little bit dense and a little bit large, but we're getting something here. So minimum width will go 1/10 of that and 1/10 of this. Height. We won't have any healthy color. Oh, this is gonna be healthy and even less healthy. I guess we could have a tiny bit of green in here. Yeah. And let's try to apply that and start again. Okay, we're making some progress, but it's still not very nice. Smaller brush and less density. Much smaller brush. It's not really catching shadows. It's flat. It's not really pretty, is it? Let's try another texture. And our sizes, I think we can double what we had before. This is good. And these default colors are just horrendous. Okay, I guess this is a little better. It still has a very opaque single color look. Maybe if we have a bit more range here. That's a bit better. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot better. Okay, so let's go ahead and paint. Paint some grass on the ground here. And we can barely see it because it's a bit far over there. Wherever we have that grass texture, we'll go ahead and paint some of this. And we'll paint some around around here. And maybe some along the road. Not on the road though. But it wouldn't be where the cars drive, just only in the areas where the where the cars never go. I'm not entirely happy with this. It doesn't look very natural. It's too even. Unfortunately, I can't really think of a better way to do it right now. Yeah, this is very even. So let's add some more variation. And once again, we have this these horrible colors by default, which we always have to change manually. And let's try with some these little plants. And size. Okay. Oops, same plant. Okay, that's interesting, at least. A little dense. Let's see if we can tone down the density. I guess the opacity does that. No, target strength. Yeah. Okay. We can put a few of these sorts of plants amongst the rest. They come out very dark, and I'm not sure what causes that. Maybe it is the texture that I chose. Especially from far away, it becomes very jarring. We'll keep going with this, just keeping in mind that we will very likely change this. Still very dark, and this is the one that comes with the pack. I guess our ground color is quite light as well, but we could do a pass on all our textures to lighten it up. And it's asking for a prefab, and I do have these great prefabs. But then when I assign it, here I end up getting nothing. So something is definitely broken here, or I'm doing something wrong. What if I painted a tree? You know, or just any mesh? Would that work? Yeah, this works. No. Well, at least I'm seeing a picture. It's not painting. There may be a setting. Tree and detail objects. Okay, we're going to turn up the distance so we can see the detail from further away. That's the global density. This is how we can turn down that horrible tint. That really doesn't need to be brown by default. That's a little better. Okay, it definitely looks a bit better now. We got rid of this horrible tint. And let's go back to with a small brush and erase these extra pieces of grass that we have on the highway. Okay. It's starting to look a bit better. We're supposed to have a lot of grass here, but it really is hard to make out. Guess when we maximize the screen, it's much clearer. So here we go. Great. We'll save that scene file. And it looks like, well, we didn't use much of the grass pack for now, but we might use it later. And let's continue. Something else I'd like to be able to do is add a bunch of rubble, rocks, things like that. So looking at this area, we'll maybe see if we can get some free rocks from the store. Yes, this should do the trick. Perfect. And while this downloads, we can continue to work on this. Let's pay some attention to our fuel station. I feel like I've been putting it off there. We'll hide our trees and display our gas station. So for the gas station, we need some UVs on these. And these won't do. So in fact, you know what? These ones were modeled very quickly, very briefly. We're going to delete them and recreate them directly as a primitive pipe. And that's going to give us nice UVs by default, and we won't have to worry about making our own UVs. And the thickness, less thickness there, and we can scale that guy. And we might even have a little bit of subdivisions on there. These pipes seem a little bit warped. Why don't we do that? Let's warp him a little bit. Not much, but enough to give it a feeling that the concrete has slowly collapsed in the middle over time, since they've been sitting here forever. That gives us a little bit of a bend there. Okay, and we don't need to do much more with this, so we'll put it at 0, 0, and we'll export it. An OBJ will suffice. We'll just put that in a folder called pipes. And we don't need to go through the FBX export, we don't need to collect textures or anything like that. We'll just go through OBJ and we'll call it pipe. And that's the end of that. We don't need this anymore. And now back to focusing on the station. So we should start thinking about modeling some detail and texturing that. I just have to move the microphone so I can use my Wacom. There we go. And let's go to our reference, and we'll take another screenshot of this here. Here we are. Let's take a screenshot of that so we have it handy. We can save that onto the desktop. Just open it up in if in view. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create an image plane in Maya. And I'm going to put it in the, let's say, front view, no. Right view, no. Back view, no. Left view, I meant. Still no? Okay, I was right with the right view. There. We'll put it in the right view. And we'll go image plane, import image. We go to our desktop. We find our front view. And we'll throw it in here. And then we'll roughly place it behind our current object. We can move the depth so that it sits behind the object. See how far it has to be. That seems a bit crazy. Okay, no, depth only works in perspective modes. What we want is the center. There we are. So now that means that we can go in X-ray mode here in the shading, and we can see what we're doing a little bit better. Oh, it looks like we have some strange, very strange geometry in here, so I'm gonna go investigate that. Oh, that comes from our window. But I guess this wasn't an incredibly successful window. I wonder how that happened. We'll just delete that for now. It's a little bit distracting. And let's go back to our right view. And let's It's hard to see here, but looks like our ceiling could be a little bit higher. And we can tilt it a tiny little bit. Perfection is never nice in 3D, so, you know, don't hesitate to tilt things down a bit. And we can do the same thing here. Actually, we'll keep this straight for now, just because otherwise it's gonna work against us when we try to make some relatively straight windows. Excuse me. I'll push this wall over here. And we'll start inserting some edge loops for the window here, and the window there, and this window. There we are. And the door. And we'll just take out this last one. This looks okay. Then we can delete some faces here. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah. Okay, so I forgot that I had deleted the floor and the ceiling of this box. So my loops weren't going all the way through, so we're going to just undo these loops. Come on. Might have been quicker for me to just delete the loops by hand rather than rely on Maya's undo. There we go, almost there. We'll just delete this one instead of undoing. And we'll recreate a floor. So to do that I can just select an edge, double click it, and then just go fill. And we'll do the same thing here. And now we've got a cube back. And we can go back to our right view and do these cuts again. Okay, great. I'll pull down the floor a little bit. There, that was bothering me. And here we'll select the windows. These. And delete. We can turn off X-ray mode real quick. And this is going to be the door. So the door, we won't delete it, we'll just inset it. We'll do an extrude and push it inwards a bit. There. And we'll texture it as a door. The windows, we'll do the same, we'll extrude them out a bit. And here we go. And we'll do a fill, actually, because I want to texture an interior on there instead of building one. I'm not exactly sure what this is supposed to be. So I'm going to turn it into a nice ice machine. Ice machine generally need a bit of room, so I think that's going to be a bit more natural. And we honestly don't need to do much more. The rest is going to be in texturing. So we have a few choices for texturing it, and my favorite one would be to actually just start from what we have here and then up-res it using other textures. So let's focus on just this part and leave the roof alone for now. And we'll make sure we have decent UVs. Hopefully you can rely on automatic to do that stat. And we'll grab the bits that represent the ceiling and the floor, which don't need to be textured and will likely be deleted in the end. We'll scale them, make them very small, and put them in the upper corner over here. And these guys here are the window seals. We'll keep them, we'll try to turn this into as much of a cube as we can. Sorry, a square. I can select that and put it here. Select these, put them there. There you go, it's like playing Tetris. And like that, we can scale these and get a little bit more texture resolution, a little bit more bang for our buck. Okay. And just to make it easier for everybody when we're texturing, we'll spin that around so that it's facing us. And I'm gonna grab this and put it over here. And there we go. Excellent. So let's save out our UV snapshot, and let's go and put it in our project, and we'll put him in Maya. I don't know why I put this folder here. I should have put it one folder up, but it doesn't look like it's bothering us for now. Yeah, and actually, since it's going to be a texture we're going to use, we can put it directly in Unity, gas station. And that's the folder path, and then the name will be gas station albedo, and 2K is fine, and we'll go OK. And in our trusty critter, we'll go and open it up. Okay, and then we'll open up the one that we have on our desktop that we're using as a reference, and we'll insert it as a layer. And this is going to give us something to start from. Sort of as a guideline. Not bad. I'll put that on top, and we'll make it, maybe we can just make it screen or divide. No. Let's make it add. There you go. So when it's additive, it just adds the color white, and black doesn't do anything. And then we can select invert, go back to here, delete this. There you go. And we can use a clone tool. Get in brush mode. And we'll repeat this starting here. Get rid of that tree. And this is all way too low res anyway. We probably will end up with something quite different in the end. But this is going to give us a guideline. And the tree is in the way a little, so we'll get rid of it. Going as far as we can with that window. And that's the end of the window. Okay, that should do the trick. Should have used a slightly softer brush, but we're done now, so let's just move on. The back of the station will be similar, except with no windows. So I'll just move that up. It's a bit slow. That was quite tricky. I wonder why it's so slow. I will line it up like that, and then we'll select what we need and just copy, paste it, and delete the old layer. We know we don't have anything unneeded, and deselect everything, and we'll just get a brush and make it a normal pixel brush. And we'll just paint that generic color, because we'll be adding our own grunge texture. So it's not a problem that is quite even. And we'll get rid of the door. There's no door at the back. And get rid of this. All done. This is a lesson that's taking a lot longer than our previous ones, and that is because we're having to make custom assets, and that's definitely something that's quite time consuming. When we can just jump online and download something that will suit our purposes, then it's great, because we can actually build a scene in the space of a couple of hours. But here we have to model stuff and texture stuff, and that takes time. So there's no real way around it. I'm getting rid of the pumps. Just replacing that with the red texture. There we go. Wonderful. Now straight away we'll just get our usual grungy texture that we had before in the project, which should also be in downloads, and we'll drag and drop it in here. And insert as layer, and we'll transform it, scale it down until it looks about right. We can afford to stretch it a little bit without noticing. And that's good. We'll duplicate that. Whoops. And transform it again. Stretch it a bit. And we can erase this seam line. Then we'll merge that down, and we'll duplicate this layer, and we'll move it down to the front of the shop, and just like that. And we'll merge it down, and then we'll turn this into, I think, an overlay or something along those lines, and we'll tone down a little bit the strength of it. There you go, that's going to be our old station texture. We can already start double checking it. So let's just leave the wireframe on and just go save, and we'll save it as a JPEG. And in Maya here we'll go ahead and add a just a Lambert material, because we don't need any specularity. And we'll load it up with a file. And let's find it. So it should be in my Unity project. Oops, wrong one. Here it is. And there we can see a nice little gas station is starting to have some paint and rust and everything. It's quite nice. I wonder if we can put this window back. But we won't worry about it for now. Then we'll paint the sidewalls the same way. So back to Krita. We'll just grab our back wall and we'll duplicate it, and then we'll transform it to go and cover the side walls like so. And we'll just select what we need. And we'll copy and paste, and then we'll delete this old layer. There we go. And we can deselect and duplicate this and move it up. Like so. It looks like my UV thing rotated the base on this object. Oh no, it put it upside down, so we'll need to just flip that upside down. Not a big deal. And there we go. And we'll get our rusted texture. We'll duplicate it and we'll move it here. Wonderful. And we'll leave that as is. So now we can hide this. We'll put a background texture. And we'll make the background something like that. There we go. And save. And I'm guessing reloading is not going to work once more. Something's broken. Well, just reload it like this. Like so. This window, would be nice to get that dark area there. So we'll just grab our UVs and put them in the right spots. And to do that, I can just select the face, and this is the window. I just convert it to UVs, and I just put it back down here where it's supposed to be. With these UVs here, I want to bring that that window in a bit or out, so that the window texture doesn't spill over like so. I'll just bring that out a little bit like that. Excellent. And we can do probably do the same thing here. There you go. That's a little better. Great. And then we'll move on to texturing the roof, which probably is a little too rotated now. It's better. Okay, so texturing the roof, we'll do the exact same thing. We will make sure that our UVs are good, and they're not, so let's just do a automatic unwrap. For simple objects like that, this always works well. And we don't need to do much more than this. Wonder what this face is actually. Interesting. This floating face shouldn't be here. So we can go there and let's redo the automatic unwrap, and we might actually get more space. We're getting less. Let's just undo that. Okay, perfect. So get these guys and we'll rotate them and put them over here. Shell. And over there. And send that to shell, and there we go. Stack them up. And I think what we can do to get more space is just, well, no, that's pretty much as far as we can go, really. So we'll just scale it up a notch, and these are going to be our UVs. And in the same workflow that we did before, we will export this as an image. And we'll have to call that gas station roof. Save. Now we can open it here. Let's take a quick look at what kind of roof our station has in our picture, and it looks quite boring, so let's make it something a bit more fun, like maybe corrugated iron, something that's a bit damaged. So, and there's some graffitis here that we'll want to recreate. We'll do that a bit later, but yeah, let's remember to do this. Okay, so corrugated iron for the roof, and we can just go to our awesome website and search for iron. This might not be the right way to search for it. Let's go to metal, corrugated, and this is not bad. This is great. Oh wow, all of these are really wonderful. This is quite nice, uneven. The unevenness is good, but it's a bit too high frequency. It might look a bit too busy. Let's see this. This looks good. This looks quite good as well. Something damaged. Oh, so much choice. So much choice. Almost too much choice. Huh. Wow, this is incredible. This website is amazing. I'll put a link to this website in the description because it's really worth getting a membership. It's not expensive, and even the free version allows you to get a few textures here and there when you really need it. God, there's so much choice, I don't know what to pick, but I have to pick something. I'll just pick this one. Sorry if it wasn't your favorite. I just had to pick something. Now let's get the high res one. And we'll drag and drop it as a layer. And we almost could be done here if we spin it in the right direction. Maybe stretch it out a bit. We could almost call this done. Let's save it. Let's add it to our roof. We'll just add a Lambert material to it. Find a file. Okay, so from the front view it looks close enough. There is a little bit of a maybe this looks too fat, not enough resolution. So maybe I was a bit too quick to decide on the scale here. But let's shrink that down a bit and see if we can do something along those lines here. And then we can duplicate it, and this is, oh yeah, these two could have been overlapped, of course. Let's do that, because that's a waste of UV space. I should have thought of it. I guess that depends if we want to put some other texture under here, but if we're happy with the same texture on top and bottom, then most definitely we can just overlap them. Then that's going to save a ton of UV space, and that means that we can then have more resolution, more bang for our buck for the texture. Oops, I just rotate that 90 degrees and line these up a bit. There we go, and scale it up. Okay. Well, this actually is already working better. let's spin these edges around so they don't look so stripy. And we don't care if it overlaps. We're only making a mock-up. We're not going crazy with detail and production ready type of asset. And then we can just like slide them down until we find a part of it that just looks cool. Like something like that. Looks kind of cool to me. Green reddish. There we go. There's our roof done. And our chimney, I'm gonna add the chimney to this shader, which is Lambert 2. So add existing, and then we'll find Lambert 2, and we'll add that, and then we'll go into the chimney's UVs. And the UVs aren't so bad. Let's see if we can just work with that and display the image. And there you go, scale that down until we get, there we go, look at that, perfect. And let's see what the cylinder looks like. Cylinder looks kind of cool. Stick with that, love it. Now, what is this little thing here? It's like a Coca-Cola thing. So I don't know, like some branding. Obviously, you have to be careful with branding. So maybe we could just call it this, whatever it is, super something something. Yes, I have plenty of credit left. And we'll add that as well to our Lambert 2 shader. And we'll move the UVs to an area that's unused. What we'll do here is we'll actually do what we're going to do is we're going to overlay this is our front face here. We don't need the bottom, and we don't need the back, and so if we select these at two edges and go cut, now we should be able to move these two independently, and we'll get both sides will be the same, so we'll just overlap them. And so now we have side, front, and top, and that's all we really need. But what we need to do is skew it a little bit back to the shape that it has. There we go, and bring that back to a square, and we can just put that up here. That's perfect. And then we'll go to Krita back here, and gas station, and we might have to re-export our wireframe, or we could just, you know, guess it. So let's try to just guess it. So let's import our texture. and then we'll move the UVs around that. So there's our front. And then for the top, I think we can just get this texture and move it up here. We'll keep it quite large and turn that back to normal and turn up the opacity and we'll make it a bit yellow. So to make it yellow we can color balance, and we'll just turn up the yellows. Midtones. Oof, that's misbehaving. That is very much misbehaving. Okay, we won't do that. We'll just add a little layer that has a yellowish color on top of it. We'll get the color from here or from here, and we'll overlay it on top of that, and then we'll make it an overlay layer maybe. It's a bit bright, maybe just multiply. It's not bright enough, so let's make it overlay and then turn it down a bit. Yeah, and then we can collapse it, and we can tweak this and make it a bit more contrasty. Something along those lines. Okay, let's save our texture again and go back to Maya. And we'll reload it. And now we'll move our UVs again so that everything is in the right spot. So here's a front. That isn't the front, that is the top. Here's our top. Okay, we'll just flip that. And the side, we can just move it up there. It's no big deal. And scale it up with the other guys. So we're getting a similar frequency on the noise. Just like that. Okay. This looks mirrored, so we can select this and just scale it until it's mirrored properly. Done. Okay. Our ice machine. We could be cheap on this, and what can we do? Save us some time. There is no ice machine in here, but there is one in our reference image. Or pay station, whatever it is. I feel like maybe we can just get lucky and grab a random let's see if we can find like a panel I was looking for something that looked like it could be some sort of pay station. This could work. Or this. Let's give that a shot. It's kind of nice, sort of similar tone and hue. Oh, oops. Don't forget to deselect. And there we go. Let's rotate that. And we'll put it up here. And we'll just save it. And then we'll use UVs to do the rest. So back in Maya, we'll add the same material again. And we'll do a automatic unwrap. And then inside the UV editor, we are going to grab all of our UVs. We're going to push them aside. And we're going to work out what's what. And the main thing is we don't need this. And we don't need this or that. So we'll delete it. Save ourselves a few polygons. Play it cheap. And now we know that we have our sides here and our front. So which one's the front? Good question. These two. So these two are the front. And we can, there you go, we can start adding some paneling quite happily there, just like that. And this looks like it does something. And that's all that matters. I'll raise it up a bit there. It's quite nice. And then we'll push that back down. There you go, it's nice and simple. And then we'll do the top. We'll just make sure that the top, it doesn't look too distorted. We can go and stretch it up. It's the top, and the sides, same deal. There we go. These are sides. And we have a base texture on this as well now. Everything can be improved later. But you know, some of it might just be able to just go ahead and be used as is. And let's combine all this. There we go. Oh, let's patch up this window here before we go any further. And then fill, and then we'll go into the UV editor. And we'll just plane a map this window. I will select the equivalent UVs. And we'll use the texture that we have in the other windows. Perfect. That'll do us just fine. Delete our history, unselect the ground plane, and let's combine this whole thing. delete our history again, and we'll call that gas station. Oop. Oh yeah, we already had a group there, so we can delete it. And there you go, gas station, and we'll export it. How should we export it? Well, we can export it simply as an OBJ. It's a static asset. We don't need an FBX. FBX are complicated. And here's our gas station, and gas station model. We'll wait a little bit for Unity to come back to life. And it looks like Houdini. Yeah, Unity woke up. Oh yeah, here are my rocks. Great. Ah, well, now I guess we have to wait. Okay, while Unity is loading, I'm going to search for a pickup truck model. Because we don't see it a lot here, but it's just in the front and might as well. So if we can find a downloadable model, then it's worth it. Pickup truck 3D model and free. Because if it's not free, we just will ignore it. And TurboSquid is never really free, is it? Let's give it a shot. CG Trader is actually returns free when you use Google search. It actually returns free assets, I think. I like them. But TurboSquid doesn't. TurboSquid just gives you tons of expensive models. I guess this is kind of similar though. I guess you gotta up your rankings. Let's remove that. Oh my god, it's so slow, come on. And we'll just search for pickup truck. Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, it's a bit too recent. This is maybe a bit too old, and it also is not free, so let's just turn that on. And let's see if we can get a slightly older pickup truck. Okay, our search here is not extremely lucky at all. I was hoping for a little bit more choice. Maybe we could just have like an old broken up pickup truck in the background like that. That could work. No, it's about the same deal here. Let's go with that one. I feel like that kind of suits our mood. It's nice and grungy. It's a cute truck. Let's get that one. And we'll download the FBX. It has others, but FBX is good. And we can extract it. There we are. And it looks like it doesn't have maps along with it. That's a shame. That's a real shame. I wonder if we would have maps in the, say, the C4D file. Oh, here, textures. Oh no, I shouldn't have clicked that. There we go. And let's extract the textures. Hopefully we won't have to add too many textures to too many objects, because this lesson is already running way over time. Sorry about that, guys. This is a big one. Wow, okay, that's not a lot of textures at all. It's just a grass, a truck, and some normals. I'm happy with that. That's great. Okay, so let's open up our truck in Maya. And we'll go import. And we'll find our downloads. Oops, that's not my download. I think I need to get a new set of hard drives. This is all getting pretty slow now. Wow, guys, this is a long toot. I've spent all day doing this, and we haven't really moved that far along, have we? It's quite depressing. Well, obviously, you know, we did this as well, but yeah, it should be going faster. But right now my computer is letting me down a bit. Everything is really slow to load. And just after downloading this file, okay, my hard drive was running out of space, so I had to do some copying. It's still going, but I think we can move along with the tutorial safely. So let's hide Discord for now. And I imported that truck that I downloaded, and I added the texture to it. Sorry I didn't show you guys the process, but it's pretty basic. Just import the FBX, create a new material like we've done plenty of times, and then add the texture. So here we are. So we have our truck, and it's too big. We can we'll place it at 0, 0, so it's a clean asset. There we are. Strangely, it's a little bit offset. I will place it until it's on the ground. We'll scale it. That doesn't matter because we always have to scale in Unity anyway. And we'll delete the history and freeze the transforms. And we'll export it as an FBX, and we'll collect the textures. So we'll send it to Unity. There we go. And we'll put it in truck. And then we'll call that truck model. And make sure it's embedding the media, and we'll export it. There's a normal map that comes with it that we'll use once we get back into Unity. So here we are. We'll let Unity load it. Okay, and files are still copying, so OBS is not liking this. So we were at the truck, and we exported it, and we're waiting for Unity to reload it. It just did. So we can grab our truck model, and we can throw it in here. And we'll notice straight away that somehow it needs to be scaled up. We did 50 on the car, so I guess that's going to be our friendly scale. Let's frame that. I can't see anything, so maybe the truck didn't quite work. Okay, looks like we had an issue there with the truck. Let's see if we can view the asset. No, nothing's appearing. Okay. The truck didn't export. That's a first. That's a first. Let's hope. Let's do a clean. It's always good to clean our meshes. Excuse me. It's highly unprofessional. But it's staying in the video. This is what life in 3D is like, man. It's rough. Nobody's gonna watch this all the way through. Anyway, there's no way. There's no way anybody's ever gonna hear that. If someone does, comment. Let me know. I'd love to hear it. And I will thank you for actually watching my tutorial. And I will be quite impressed that you made it all the way through without falling asleep. Because it's a very, very long, very monotone voice tutorial. I'm aware of that. I'm gonna try to make it more fun. Maybe I'll do a few more burps once in a while. Get people riled up, get people going. Okay, so RT Classics and No Country gas station, assets. Let's drop it in here. Screw it, let's do an OBJ. At least OBJ has less things that can go wrong. And we can reapply the textures in Unity. And let it load. It's a small asset, it shouldn't take very long, but it does. Here we go. Wow. No geometry. That is crazy. Crazy. That's a new one. I will give it a different name just to be sure that it's not doing something weird in memory. Oh, here's a truck. Huzzah. Okay. Already with the 50 transformation. Interesting. And let's rotate it so it's in the right direction and move it in so we can see the front of it in camera. Make sure that it's sitting on the ground. It's got flat tires. Nice touch. And then we'll add a material to it. Well, it already has one assigned to it, so we'll edit the material that's on there. And for some reason the terrain... Oh, okay. My bad. And we will add the maps that are sitting in... Could it be called truck? It is. And here's the color map on the truck. Let's do the same thing straight away with the gas station, because the gas station, it really is the center of interest. Did I? Yeah, I've already exported it. So let's bring that in, because that's gonna define a lot about our framing, scaling, and all that jazz. So we really need to bring that station in, and it's facing the wrong way. I blame the OBJ exporter once again, because that thing is just strange. And we'll scale it down now, because apparently, you know, I export the car, I have to scale it up. I export the gas station, I have to scale it down. It makes absolutely no sense. No sense at all. But hey. Where is it in frame? It's fully seen in frame. And we can see a bit of the front. So that's telling me that either I have to rotate my camera a bit, or I have to make the so I have to like sort of rotate this way a bit more. But at the same time, I had the highway exactly where I wanted it. So why don't I turn this lens into 50 mil? Get a little bit more angle there. There you go. See, that's a bit more like it. We can see the front, and we can see the full gas station, and we can see the road going through. So you know, this just informed a little bit more about our lens. It's always a challenge. And our gas station does not have its wonderful maps on it yet, so it has a material already assigned to it, so we might as well just go ahead and assign the map to it. Here's the map. Let's try to... what I used to do back in the day is I used to just grab my albedo and throw it, you know, that was when I had to make very... Oof, no, that doesn't work anymore, because it's a BRDF shader. Back in the day where we used Blinn and stuff like that, throwing your map into the albedo was a good way to just get like broken up specular without having to make a specular map. But this is not working here. So should we rotate our station a little bit, guys? Just, you know, why would it be built perfectly parallel to the road? It isn't parallel to the road. Look at that. It's about like 45-degree angle. Well, not 45, but it's at an angle. Oh, we'll just do that. Excellent. So we have our fuel station. We have a truck parked next to it. That's nice. We need our tubes, which are, you know, a bit boring looking tubes. But once we stick a stick a bit of a texture on it, it'll look better. We can pull the camera back a bit so we have room for the tubes. Our car is a little bit bright, so we have the option with said car to darken up its base color a little, so we're getting a bit more pickup of that normal map. And you know what, let's turn up that normal map a tiny bit more. There you go. Some breakup in these areas. It's very subtle, but it really helps. And we'll save that scene because there's definitely a bit of work that's been done here. These trees in the background are way too green. They just need to be silhouetted. So and they need to be a bit fuller. So we're gonna do quite a dirty trick, but we're gonna grab our trees, only the leafy ones, and all of them feel like they need to be a bit more full. So we'll duplicate them all. Don't tell anybody I did this. And rotate them, and suddenly, you know, and maybe even move them down a bit. Yeah. Not too much, but that makes the trees a bit denser. That's because there's twice as many trees. Hahaha. Yes, that's a lot of trees. And we'll parent them all under a game object, just so we're not messing up our outliner here too much. And dead trees, create an empty game object. I should be renaming all this stuff, but time is of the essence, really, so let's just carry on. We'll find them when we need them. And okay, gas station and pipes. Let's get our pipes in. So I've already exported the pipes. Did I export the model? Yes, I did. There we are. And here's one pipe. We'll scale it to something a bit more reasonable. And we'll put it on the ground instead of underground. But we can actually sink it a little bit into the ground. That's always a nice touch. Like it's been there for a long time. Not too much though. Just like that. And push that a bit further. Let's take a look at our reference. You know, if you're working from reference, the ideal setup is really to have two monitors. I want to show you guys everything that I'm doing, so I'm not hiding anything on a second monitor. But that also means that you might be missing out on a few things that I'm doing if I had a second monitor. So it means that right now you're not missing out on anything that I'm doing. Control D, duplicate this guy. The other guy's a bit longer, but they seem to be sitting next to each other, and they're never perfectly parallel. There we are. It's not extremely accurate because I have to keep flipping back and forth, but oh well, both pipes are much shorter, both of them. So let's scale them both until it's more like in the reference, including this guy. And they're more parallel, but not too parallel. Too much? Much too much. Not too much. Okay, pipes laying down. They shouldn't be covering the truck. Yeah, our camera angle isn't perfect here, but we can work with it. That's because we've moved our truck a lot further forward. Oh, let's put the truck on the, if we can, without having it go right through. Let's give it a little bit of a shadow break. It's nice, you know, we can have the roof of the station casting a bit of a shadow there on the truck. That always helps integrate things. Wonderful. Okay, and the other things that is in this is a lot of poles and fences. So we're going to freestyle that with just simple cylinders and cubes. I don't have time to go back into Maya and make a good model. But before we go ahead and do that, because this is starting to look almost done, we're gonna texture the pipes, and then we're gonna texture the road, because we're getting close to something that's quite acceptable. We have our grunge texture in here somewhere. Where did I put it? Oh yeah, and we have our rocks that we've recently imported as well. I'll take care of that later. But our grunge texture was in car, I think. Yeah, because that's where we initially got it from. And we'll just use that on the pipes. We don't need to... Once again, this is supposed to be like a speed painting, so we'll just put it on the pipe. And let's be sure that the pipe has its own material, and we'll give it a texture. Boom. Okay. Let's take it out of the main albedo, and let's put it in the secondary one so we can play with tiling. The other way. Okay, that's a little bit more interesting. There's a chance that this might be a bit too much tiling here. We see these bands. Can we put these bands up here? Let's offset it. Just offset it until the band starts at the beginning and ends at the end. There we go. And then we'll rotate one of them so that it doesn't look like it's just simply duplicated. There we go. Okay, so the albedo color, however, is not too great, so let's darken that up a bit and maybe get a bit of an eggshell once again. Eggshell color. And we have a normal that we generated for the car, so let's throw it in. And if we're gonna throw it in, we have to throw it into the secondary maps as well. It looks a bit odd, doesn't it? Yeah, it's not doing what I want it to do. What if we just throw it in the normal here? Ooh. Yeah, and then we can turn that down a bit. Look at that. It's just a little bit of breakup. Doesn't need to be complex. Yeah, let's leave it as is. Excellent. We said we were gonna darken up these trees a bit real quick, so let's do that. If I zoom into the tree and select an object, there you go, that's our shader. I will darken them up a bit. Keep them green, but quite dark. Yeah. Better. And let's go back to our fuel station. This is getting quite close. I wouldn't say good, but I'd say close-ish. And remember, I said I was going to put filters at the end, so I'll do that. And you know, this has been quite a long thing, so we're going to add these lines of this fence line. We're going to add these poles to give that impression, but we're going to leave the rest as is. We'll do this one sign as well, but we won't make this and the houses behind it. This is too much work. And you know, I don't want to bore you to death. You know, it has to be done quickly. It's meant to be a speed painting. Okay, so for these little fence things, I don't need anything more than a cube. A cylinder makes sense, but a cylinder is too much because it's going to be so thin that no one will ever know. Quite thin. Let's make it quite high. And we'll straight away put our material on so that when we duplicate, okay, oops, sorry as well. But nobody's listening. Black, we'll just make a black material. Everyone needs a black material. And we'll do that. Very dark. Nothing's ever black, it's just dark. And we'll go ahead and zoom into our little pole here and just add that material to it. Okay, excellent. And we can start duplicating this. It's not very even, so that's good, that helps us. We can just duplicate and make it relatively uneven. That's it, just like that. And then we'll grab all of them, and then we'll duplicate these. and we should have unevened the height on some of them immediately instead of just going ahead and duplicating all that. So that was my fault. Let's go to our cubes here and just lower a few of them, just so the heights look a bit random. Here we go. And this is our fence stuff. And now we need our telephone poles back there. There's only 4 in the frame that we can really see clearly. So we'll duplicate our original cube and we'll move it a little bit further back. Scale it up a tiny bit so it's a little thicker. Definitely a lot higher. And until it reaches the horizon in our frame for this first one. And we'll get it around horizon height here, and then we'll duplicate it and we'll go 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's as many as we have in that frame, so that's done. Let's take a look at our reference again. It will put the Texaco sign, so I'm just going to go on Google and go Texaco sign and find the matching one. Oops, I don't want to shop for Texaco signs, I really don't want to buy one, and this is the matching one, so we'll grab that. Save it. We might as well actually even copy it, that might be faster. Just copy it to our clipboard, throw it into a new texture, and we'll make this not need to be a big texture, so 1 by 1 or 1K by 1K, and paste as web. That's fine, and Control T, and we'll just scale it up a little, and then make sure that it's not too distorted. Okay, looking good. And we'll save that as a texture, and we'll save it directly in our project. And I'm not finding it here, so I'll just go directly to where it is. Any of you guys that have stuck with me until this late in the video, I'd like to thank you very much. It really shows quite a special dedication. I am fumbling about, and I don't blame anyone for clicking out of it. But if you are listening in, it means that you're truly interested in what I have to say, and I very much appreciate it. And I would like to say, please suggest the next film frame that I can make. Anything that you want. I mean, if you've made it this far in the video, give me the code. Give me a code. Give me the code 9126. If you say 9126 in the comments, I will. If you're the first one to say 9126 in the comments, I will make the next film frame that you decide, and I will make it just for you, just as a little thank you for sticking through this entire tutorial. And here's the asset and the asset folder, and we'll just call it sign. And we're starting to get like a large amount of asset in this project, to the point where we should actually start building a better folder structure, but we're still good. And textures, and we'll save that as a JPEG, and we'll call it sign, and save, and go. Should we put some grunge on it? Yes, we should. Of course we should. We always have to put grunge on it, don't we? Okay. Grunge. And there. And that's grungy. And select, download. open, import as layer, make it overlay, no, make it multiply, yeah, and tone it down a bit. There you go, grungy. Save it again, replace, done. And we will build a sign in Maya with a cube, flatten it up, and it's some sort of yeah, okay, yep. So we'll just subdivide it here, go like this. We are going to have to round the edges a tiny bit. So no, not split. Edge ring, and then bevel it, and then we'll tone down the beveling a little, just like that. And this is probably a little bit too vertically high. We'll push it down until we get about what we need, and I'll export this as is. We'll do the rest in Unity, and we'll put it in, we're in assets already, in sign, and then sign model, and I'll make the pipe, the pole directly in Unity. No need to waste time in Maya. And load. Here's our sign, and let's drag and drop it in our scene. Cool. And just let's place it until it fills in the right area of frame. Obviously it needs to be scaled down a bit. Too much. It is quite a focus in frame, so let's take a look. We won't need this picture anymore, so let's close it. And it's gonna sit right down the bottom of frame here, not occluding anything. But also not big enough to take our attention away too much from the car. That's it. And by default it has a material on it, so let's get that material. If we go ahead and select the object, we'll find the material, and then we can add our texture here. So let's lock that and open up the texture and just drag it into the albedo. Oh yeah, and then we have to remember to add UVs to it. Silly me. Here's the planar UVs. And let's just make sure our UVs are okay in here. I'll just add a texture to it and set up my UVs by hand. We're almost done, guys, almost. Just bear with me for a few minutes. There we are. Now we can edit our UVs and make sure it suits it. And done. This is our Texaco sign. We'll re-export it and override it, and hopefully our Unity UVs will just update. Oh yeah, and all we need to do is rotate it. Okay, and we'll grab one of these poles back there. Duplicate it, bring it over here to hold up our sign. There we go, we'll just rotate the whole thing. Give this a bit of a scale up. And we'll move the car and the pumps just a little bit more this way. And we'll move the sign slightly more that way. I'll bring the car and the pumps a bit back. Yeah. Much better. Okay, let's put the camera effects and we're done. We are done. This was a big one, guys. I started believing that I would get bored of it before we finished it. And look at that. Here we are. Another good job done. We have our effects already loaded in. That's awesome, because we're going to need those. And our image effects that we're going to drag and drop onto our camera. So we will unlock our attribute editor, and we're going to pray that Unity doesn't crash. Yep. Unlock the attribute editor and lock it on the camera, because we're going to do everything on the camera now. So image effects, get our scripts, and let's get our first of all our sepia tones. Too much. Too much. Let's get some bloom in there. Everyone likes bloom. Okay, we'll leave it as that. Let's get our color correction curves. They're always easy to use. Darken things up a bit, and we'll remove a bit of we'll add some reds, but then we'll straighten our greens. We'll straighten our blues, and we'll increase our red value in here. Then we'll do something similar with the green. Then we'll tone down the saturation a bit. The green's a bit strong. Let's see if we can get some saturation. Where did I find it last time? I found it in grayscale. Oh well, actually it's in here. It's in the color correction. I'll turn up our saturation a bit. Saturation is pretty close. Oh, we didn't texture the road. Oh, let's do this very quickly. Okay, road. This is the kind of road we want. So let's grab one of them. Let's grab the longest one, this one. Let's download it. We'll drop it directly in Unity. I'll just drop it in the root directory. Nope. Yep. There's our road texture, and I will add it to the road material so we can unlock this. Add it to the albedo, and I guess it's very stretched, so it needs to be very tiled, so we'll put it in the secondary secondary map, and let's try to tile it. See if we're starting to get a bit of a okay, we might have to spin that road around, so that's going to be interesting. We'll turn that to 90 degrees, and then we'll squeeze it back to the thickness that we had before, and we'll stretch it back to what we had before until it reaches the horizon. There we go. And maybe a little thicker. Yeah, let's break up the sides a bit. That's probably not so bad. And let's go back to our texture and see if which way it needs to be tiled. I think it's starting to work. Oh, I see it. Okay, so let's tile it, offset ever so slightly, and work with this 0.1917, go 0.21, 25, 26, 27, 265, and let's make it a tiny bit smaller, 0.2, 0.19, 0.80, 17, 15, even smaller, 0.1. Oh no, we have to increase it, sorry. So 0.22, yeah, let's try more, 0.24, and then we'll increase that to 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, it's going in the wrong direction, 0.5, there we go, there's our road. And we'll have to play around with the smoothness, give it a bit of an interesting thing here, and we'll duplicate the road material. Okay, looks like it's happening. And we'll rename it to road normal, and we're just gonna give that whole even specular bit of breakup. And let's drag and drop it into the normal map and fix. And tone it down. Down. Here we have some breakup appearing here, but it looks like a wet road, so we'll Remove the smoothness a bit. And shall we change the albedo? There we go. It's maybe a bit less even. Oh, this is lighter. Okay, let's turn up the albedo a bit. It's quite a light looking road. Maybe add some yellow in there. And that means we can tone down our normal map a bit. Maybe play with that specular. Sort of split the difference. There. It's probably a bit too shiny for a road, but in this part of the image it looks okay. What else do we have? Is it dark enough back in the background? It isn't. And I think the shadow could come closer. There you go. Excellent. And let's add an extra set of color correction curves that will give us a bit of a film effect. And we'll just leave them on default. Maybe turn down the set a bit. Just to... There we go. Quite successful, this one, I think. Just for the fast play, what I'm going to do is I'm going to maximize the result, and I'm going to leave it here for a little bit so that people can check it out. If you've been listening to the long version, you can log out now. Don't hesitate to suggest any ideas, and don't hesitate to comment. Subscribe if you want, that'd be amazing. And please let me know if you find that the way that I talk is boring or distracting. Give me suggestions on how I can make it better, more fun. Feel free to really just, just let me know how you feel about these tutorials. If you feel like you just lost, what is it, like 3-4 hours of your life, or maybe more, I am so very sorry. And I would recommend the fast track versions that I have. For every lesson, I have a fast track version that lasts less than 10 minutes. So please, if this was too long for you, just check out the fast track versions. If you see something interesting in the fast track, then you can come back to the long version and find the equivalent area where you see, like, maybe I did this or I did that, and you can just listen to the bit where I'm explaining it. So that's why I do this. I do the fast track so you can get like a broad overview on the whole project and what I do. And then if you see something and you go, hey, I wonder how I did that, you can go into the long version and you can scroll your timeline until you find the moment where you're happy with it, or where the thing that I'm talking about, I'm actually talking about it and showing it more slowly so you can actually follow what I'm doing. Thanks everyone. Thanks for sticking with me this whole time, and hopefully you enjoyed this one. And I'll see you around for the next one. Thanks very much. Bye.